Muy buenos días, muy feliz miércoles, mitad de semana. Ya casi llegamos a ese viernes tan deseado y delicioso. Espero que estén muy bien, muy feliz mañana. Por supuesto que bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo. Ahorita lo que vamos a hacer, si es la primera vez que estás entrando por acá, es hago un intro, platicamos de algo que tiene que ver relevante, normalmente con la economía, porque es donde me puedo poner aburrido. Luego hacemos los otros, nadie me preguntó, donde platicamos de cosas un poco más locas, pero acá podemos platicar un poco de economía, lo que está pasando y mi interés, y lo único que quiero es darte otro punto de vista para que puedas aprovechar y espero que hagas dinero con ello. Eso es lo único que quiero y que puedas entender también qué es lo que están intentando hacer los medios, la gente que crea la política monetaria, política fiscal y toda esa, en estos momentos para que puedas siempre tomar las mejores decisiones y las que mejores, y lo que más te convenga. Es todo, en vez de caer en todas estas narrativas y todas estas cosas que una y otra vez, qué hueva, tíos. Vamos a empezar el día de hoy y la pregunta es, ¿esto es el principio del fin? ¿A qué se refiere? Me refiero a, mucha gente está diciendo que vamos a tener el mercado va a subir un poco más y de ahí se va a ir al pito. Yo estoy en ese campo, pero no en el de ahorita. Y les tengo que decir esto para mí yo no creo todavía que es el principio del fin, para los que no están enterados. A principio de este año, al final del año pasado vendí todas mis acciones. A principios de este año nos dijeron que la inflación iba a regresar con muchísima fuerza por los aranceles de Trump. El mercado cae, compramos la parte baja del mercado. Cuando vemos que Trump nos empieza a vender que sí va a haber una recesión, decimos, esto es imposible, compramos ahí. Todo esto vuelve a subir como espuma. Estamos aquí parados esperando todavía más acción a la alza en un gran blow off top. Y de ahí, lo que podría existir, y si se da luego en agosto, es simplemente una corrección. Ese es lo que está separando. Todo el mundo está diciendo que esto ya se acabó, que esto es el fin. No. Otra cosa que quiero decir. Todo el mundo, tíos. Y esto me duele en el alma porque le afecta a muchísima gente y esto está llevando a la bancarrota ya a muchísimas personas que personalmente conozco. Y es el hecho de que los hayan engañado a todos ustedes de que iba a haber inflación. Esto ha sido una de las cosas más feas que he visto en mi vida y al mismo tiempo de verla, no les voy a mentir, me ha hecho darme cuenta lo fácil que somos de convencernos en creer cosas que son completamente estúpidas e irracionales. Tengo mucha suerte de poder aprender muchas cosas simplemente haciéndolas. Nunca he ido a la escuela para nada de lo que he hecho que me hace profesional. Entonces, si fuera, ponte tú a bienes raíces, ¿no? A algo de bienes raíces, nunca he tomado un curso, nunca he hecho nada. Si fuera a dar un speech en algún lado, pues dirían, este güey que sabe, no se graduó en nada que tiene que ver con esto. Lo mismo con cine, no fui a la escuela para hacer cine y aprendí a hacer eso y me fue bastante bien. Y lo mismo me dirían, güey, tú no fuiste a ninguna escuela, no fuiste a NYU, te volviste lesbiana y después sacaste tu título de esto. Y lo mismo pasa obviamente con esto y con literalmente todo lo que hago. Y creo que eso me ha salvado de muchas cosas que mucha gente eh, ve como si fueran enseñanzas en vez de errores. ¿Y a qué me refiero con esto? Que tal vez en las escuelas les están enseñando a la gente a seguir ciertos caminos para atraparlos en esos caminos y que no entiendan a dónde salirse. Es inexplicable y me gustaría que alguien de ustedes me explicara, por el amor de Dios, cómo todos estos son economistas, gente que fue a la escuela a estudiar economía, que tiene 3, 4, 5 maestrías, el PhD, todo, y fueron convencidos que iba a haber más inflación. Ahora, ¿por qué esto es importante? Porque esto es más fácil de todo lo que lo hacen ver, toda esta gente que se pone titulitos y que fue a toda la escuelita y que hizo todas estas cosas, que está siempre repitiendo lo que ven las noticias, los grandes y famosos pacos, para los que están apenas entrando y no sepan qué es un paco. Güey, un paco, yo tenía un perico que se llamaba Paco y todo lo que yo decía, mi perico repetía. Toda esta gente en YouTube, toda esta nueva red de gente nueva en línea que nunca había estado, que ahora está ahí. Toda esta gente es una bola de pacos, porque si nunca habías estado aquí en la gran parte de esto, tal vez eres joven, etcétera, tiene sentido. Pero si eres de aquellos viejezones que nunca entraron hasta ahora, es porque no tienes ni puta idea de lo que estás diciendo y te callaste así todo el tiempo porque sabías. Y ahora estás entrando porque todo el mundo está entrando y estamos escuchando todas las opiniones de estas personas. ¿Por qué es importante entender esto? Porque La economía es más todas las cosas en este mundo, se los juro por mi vida, y esto es algo, me cuesta mucho trabajo poder entender por qué tengo que convencer a alguien de ver la realidad. Todas estas cosas que les han enseñado en la escuela los hacen completamente miopes a la realidad. Están engañándolos por completo. El estudio de la economía es mucho más sencillo de lo que toda esta gente lo hace ver. Díganme qué es el estudio de la economía, les voy a dar dos opciones. A, el estudio de la economía estudia todas las dinámicas que nos explican en todos los datos económicos que nos da el gobierno, nuestros gobiernos locales. B, la economía simplemente estudia cómo se está comportando la gente y qué hace con su dinero. Contéstalo. Es B, simplemente lo que la gente está haciendo. Cuando la gente ya no tiene dinero, cuando todos tus amigos se están juntando contigo y te están diciendo, güey, no tengo dinero, hago más dinero que nunca en mi vida y no me alcanza para nada, no puedo salir a ningún lado, estoy en deuda, cabrón, etcétera. Eso es todo lo que importa. Y del otro lado tenemos que entender para poder disecar toda esta fotografía perfectamente a las 8 de la mañana con Trump y Putin, Trump. Perdón, tenía que hacerlo, tenía que pegar todo al mismo tiempo. Y el otro lado de esta moneda, más allá de esto, de no solamente ver estos datos tontitos que todo el mundo te da, es entender para qué sirven esos datos. Esos datos están construyendo una narrativa. Cuando todo el mundo te dice, los reportes de empleo son falsos, ¿por qué no entienden que es correcto lo que están diciendo, pero por ende, otra cosa es lo que les están intentando convencer de? ¿Ok? Cuando, por ejemplo, vemos los datos de inflación y y estás viendo que los datos de inflación están bajando, bajando, bajando. Y todo el mundo continúa porque dicen, los aranceles van a pegar, nos va a llevar el Chile, a todos van a venir y van a subir los precios de todo. Eso es otra cosa que es muy importante, que aún todavía hasta la fecha no comprendo cómo es que la gente no comprenda esto. No puedes subir ya lo he dicho tantas veces que estoy tan cansado de esto, porque esto no es clase, eso simplemente es una plática, pero estoy tan cansado de tener que explicarle a la gente, los precios de las cosas no suben porque las empresas dicen o porque le cuesta algo más a las empresas. No, 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 no. Los precios de las cosas suben cuando hay mucho más dinero persiguiendo la misma cantidad de bienes, inflación o devaluación de tu dinero. ¿Ok? Y lo que han estado vendiéndole a todos ustedes, a toda la gente, en todo el mundo, es, va a haber más inflación, los precios en todo van a subir porque las empresas no los van a llevar, el consumidor va a tener que pagar todo. El ejemplo más estúpido es el de los coches que les he dado 1000 veces, ¿no? Que no me canso. Ford, vengan a comprar un coche ahorita antes de que subamos los aranceles. Ford, vengan a comprar un coche ahorita con empleo, con descuento de empleado antes de que suban los precios con los aranceles. Ford, vengan a comprar un coche con 0% de enganche, 0% de intereses y 0 pagos por 3 meses. ¿A alguien le suena que los precios están subiendo? Esto ha sido todo este año. Y todas estas empresas te lo han dicho. Vamos a subir los precios. ¿Saben por qué están haciendo esto? ¿Saben por qué hay aranceles y por qué existe esta narrativa? Es más fácil de lo que todos estos pacos te están diciendo. Y, por cierto, esto les suena loco a todos estos pacos. Ellos se voltean y dicen, soy conspirador, soy un conspiranoico. Lo raro es que la única verdad es lo que sale de aquí, que es muy... Y esto es algo que estaba diciendo ahorita en X. No estoy prediciendo el futuro. Y es algo que tiene que ser muy importante para todos ustedes entender. No tengo una habilidad para ver el futuro más allá de la que ustedes tienen. No, no existe. Estoy viendo hoy. Estoy solamente viendo hoy. Y no estoy escuchando las noticias para que me digan qué repetir. Estoy escuchando las noticias para entender qué quieren que yo crea. Estoy volteando a ver a todas mis gentes. Si las noticias me dicen, van a subir los precios, van a venir los aranceles, todo esto tienes que comprar antes y veo que nadie tiene dinero, ahí hay una incongruencia. Y ahora tengo que pensar, ¿por qué quieren que vaya a comprar cosas ahorita? Porque literalmente, si no hubiera esta guerra de aranceles, bueno, la guerra de aranceles sí existe, pero el efecto que están vendiendo no existe. ¿Ok? Eso es algo que también tiene que quedar claro. En esta guerra arancelaria del mundo, que pasó una vez más, si eres fan de la historia, 1929, la Gran Depresión, etcétera, ya que el mercado y todo estaba en la mierda, es cuando cambiamos todos y entramos en una guerra de aranceles muy parecida a la de ahorita. Y la razón por qué es, porque puedes hacer esto sin afectar a tus consumidores con precios más altos, puedes reajustar el nivel de trade para el futuro cuando la gente no tiene dinero. Esa es una. Dos, lo que están haciendo es empujando el consumo para adelante. ¿Por qué? Porque no quiere Estados Unidos todavía declarar una recesión oficial. Por la razón que quieras. Entonces, ¿qué hacen para poder hacer esto? ¿Qué hacen para poder darle a todos los pacos los números que quieren? Ven a comprar ahorita. Y las consecuencias de estas son negativas y afectan a todo el mundo. Y esto es lo que me duele a mí personalmente de ver, que toda esta gente continúe con estas cosas. Y de nuevo, no es culpa de los pacos también. Los pacos no piensan, no tienen cerebro, son solamente entra y sale, entra y sale. No hay procesamiento ahí adentro. Todos los pacos hacen lo mismo. Entonces no es su culpa. Están educados, entrenados y pagaron para poder ser educados de esta forma, para ser robotizados y solamente ver así para adelante. No puedo voltear a ver de lado porque eso es conspiranoico. Entonces estos pacos ya pagaron su educación para poder seguirte paqueando. Y me duele en el corazón, porque ellos siguen ganando dinero, ¿no? Vas a su canalcito de YouTube, les das una donación chida, te ponen, no sé, qué vergas hagan estos güeyes en sus canales. Entonces, ellos bien, ellos tal vez ni siquiera sepan invertir. Te dicen que sí, pero no tienen ni puta idea de lo que están haciendo, ¿no? Uy, qué chido, buenas historias, carnal. Pero ellos están ganando. El problema es esto funciona y se alimenta de esta forma. Ellos siempre ganan. Lo único que tienen que hacer es salir con una narrativa estupidísima que alguien les dio para que ese tema suba en el ranking de búsquedas. Esos temas sean encontrados por ustedes, la gente que no es parte de la paqués, la gente recibiendo la información de la paqués, pensando, güey, si este güey que estudió economía 10 años en Harvard me está diciendo esto, tiene que ser por algo. Y ahí el problema. Y la razón y lo que causa esto es bancarrotas, destrucción financiera, y esto lo hemos visto. Principio de año, nadie está comprando nada. Tenemos desde diciembre, empieza a haber una grieta en el gasto de la gente. Lo vemos, lo sentimos en todos los negocios. Y todo el mundo dice, oh, con los aranceles de Trump va a haber inflación. Ok, no entiendes nada, perfecto. ¿Y qué es lo que pasa? Todo el mundo es incitado a ir a comprar más inventario cuando tienen inventario que no pueden vender. Ahora, estas empresas que lo hicieron en enero, febrero, están quebrando. Esto ya es personal. Tengo amigos, porque ya me busca la gente, ¿saben por qué? Porque yo soy el que dijo a la verga con todo esto, a la verga con estar buscando como pendejo todo el dinero, voy a pasármela bien, voy a relajarme, no necesito esto, etcétera. Y ahora todo el mundo está entrando en ese pensamiento porque no entienden qué les pasó. No entienden por qué han hecho todas las cosas bien y no tienen un clavo y por qué su negocio está quebrando y por qué tienen que despedir a todo el mundo y por qué tienen que cambiarse a una diferente casa y por qué tienen que vender todas sus cosas. No lo entienden. Están viniendo a platicar conmigo para poder entender por qué deberían de ver la vida así. Lo quieren, pero lo tienen que ver. Y esto es algo que a mí no me da nada de gusto. Nada. Ya, lo que a mí me encanta es cuando viene alguien que es un CEO grande, que está haciendo 3, 4 millones de dólares al año y me dice, ya no quiero hacer esto. Dime cómo puedo despegarme de todo. Esos son pláticas divinas. Pero cuando es gente que no se quiere despegar de todo y todavía quiere seguir en eso y que está perdiendo todo, ahí es donde a mí personalmente me duele. Y acá los quiero llevar rapidísimo solamente antes de empezar con Alex y con Farhan a X y enseñarles un par de cosas que son muy importantes. Muy, muy importantes. Déjenme, lo encontramos. Para empezar, nos dieron los precios de productores el día de hoy. Una vez más, son datos que ellos nos están dando y los precios de los productores. Recuerden, ayer nos dieron el CPI, que es el precio de la inflación del consumidor, que subió 0.1% por encima de expectativas en promedio, digamos eso, ¿no? Para simplificar esta cosa. Y acá, déjenme simplemente hago esto más grande, como mi nepe. Y acá lo único que quiero que vean es esto. Pone Zero Hedge. Producers, espérame. Voy a usar esta. Porque este güey Es que este güey es trader, ni siquiera es economista, que es muy interesante. Pone que la inflación está bajando tantito. Lo pueden ver. ¿Qué esperaban en el mes a mes? Cero. ¿Y cómo vino? 0.2%, ¿no? ¿Cómo vino el PPI? 2.5% y estaban esperando 2.5%. Entonces, mejor el número, porque si estabas esperando que la inflación subiera 0.2% y no subió, bien. Si estabas esperando que el year, el año con año, fueras a 2.5 y solo subió a 2.3, bien. Y todo esto es lo mismo, ¿no? Y lo dice Zero Hedge. Y aquí es lo que yo quiero que entiendan. Y aquí lo dice tal cual Zero Hedge. US producer prices blow up tarifflation narrative. Lo que está diciendo es que los productores de Estados Unidos están básicamente destruyendo la narrativa de los aranceles en inflación. No nada más eso. Acá también pone, el PPI, el precio de los productores debería ser negativo si no fuera por los aranceles. Y es por eso que es importante analizar esto. ¿Por qué? No porque, güey, estoy bien y la verga. No. Es importante analizar estas cosas tal cual porque es literalmente en donde estamos parados. Y creo, y todavía mi predicción de que Q4 o el primer cuarto del 2026 es donde nos van a declarar la recesión, etcétera, viene de viento en popa. Otra cosa que también están vendiéndoles a todos ustedes es el fin del dólar. El dólar está a punto de comerse a todo el planeta, a todo el planeta. Y la única razón por la que estamos peleando, y esta es otra cosa que estamos intentando hacer al mismo tiempo, es mantener los intereses altos. Y se dirán ustedes, ¿por qué queremos mantener los intereses altos? Una, están destruyendo todos los negocios chicos y medianos. Eso creo que es obvio. Lo vimos en COVID. No te cerraron todo eso y no te pusieron que tenían que incrementar precios, todo eso por nada. Están destruyendo todos los negocios chicos y medianos. Estamos yendo al futuro de Demolition Man, donde solamente hay un Taco Bell, donde Taco Bell son los únicos, es el único restaurante que existe en el planeta. Y no porque sobrevivió algo, es porque compró todos. ¿Ok? Es lo mismo que estamos viviendo en este momento. Entonces, estamos destruyendo negocios chicos y medianos. Bien, para la gente eso tal vez suene muy conspiranoico, porque recuerda, tú fuiste a la escuela de paqués y no puedes voltear a ningún lado de esto, porque el gobierno nunca haría algo tan malo contra ti. Y la otra cosa que están buscando hacer con esto es acaban de crear políticas para que todas las empresas más grandes del planeta, Amazon, Google, Meta, etcétera, y además todos los bancos en Estados Unidos, eh, tengan la oportunidad de hacer dinero gratis. ¿Y con qué lo están haciendo? Con los bonos. Y ahorita lo que están haciendo la gente más rica del mundo es, ahorita que los bonos de Estados Unidos están pagándote acá, los van a comprar todos, tío, todos, y están comprando todo en segunda mano también. Todo, 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 todo. ¿Por qué? Porque mientras más alto sea el rendimiento de los bonos, más van a ganar. Y ahora van a decir, pero entonces sí van a subir, como dice Rey Dalio, los bonos más altos. No, no van a subir más. O sea, no van a pasar los altos históricos de septiembre de, ¿qué fue? Septiembre veintitantos, pero fue octubre 7. Esos máximos históricos no los vamos a no los vamos a pasar ahorita. Vamos a ir a una caída de ellos estrepitosa. Y la razón por qué es porque ya tenemos comprador para el problema grande que teníamos. El problema de la deuda americana, más allá del déficit que corremos, etcétera, que por cierto no es lo que te dicen tampoco. El problema de la deuda americana y lo que no le cabe a nadie en la cabeza por alguna razón es que no tenemos compradores de deuda. Todo el mundo, y esta es una narrativa que es cierta, todo el mundo fuera de Estados Unidos está comprando oro y está dejando de agregar dólares. El euro es el que más ha sufrido en todo esto, aunque el euro está arriba del dólar últimamente. Una vez más, esto va a ser el efecto rebote que va a destruir a todos, 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 todos. Llevo cantándolo desde el principio de este año. Y entre el euro subiendo cuando no tiene, el dólar bajando cuando no tiene, lo que nos están vendiendo es, no hay nadie que esté comprando dólares, ya la deuda internacional de no sé qué, lo que va a hacer es, la Reserva Federal va a tener que comprar la deuda. No es cierto. La van a comprar todas estas empresas. Y yo sé, se pueden pelear conmigo porque están viendo así. Tú fuiste a la escuela, estudiaste a no voltear a ver a ningún lado y luego fuiste a X y dijiste, güey, yo no voy a platicar con esto. Yo voy a analizar el mercado a través del Paco que fue a Harvard porque ese güey estudió. No lo hagan. entendamos que estamos entrando en un paradigma completamente diferente. La solución para todos ustedes es simplemente, si no son traders, si no entienden tablas, etcétera, continúa metiendo dinero en el mercado. Va a bajar y la chingada, sí. Pero, güey, cada semana métele una lana a las cosas que quieras comprar y síguele para adelante porque a futuro el mercado siempre sube. Da igual. Y esto es esencial para toda la gente que se está endeudando y comprando más inventario y haciendo esto. Error. Lo que quieren es que todos ustedes y todos nosotros nos vayamos a la bancarrota. Quieren controlar el sistema de deuda a través del sistema de crédito. Ven cómo nos dicen, en China tienen un sistema de crédito que no te deja hacer esto. Es literalmente lo que tenemos en Estados Unidos. En México lo están instalando con tu CURP y no sé qué vergas están poniendo estas cosas. ¿Para qué es? ¿Por qué crees que están aumentando todos estos programas donde te están dando más deuda? Donde, güey, compra ahorita y no pagues en 3 meses, donde todo esto. Quieren que estés endeudado en la mierda y así te van a calificar al futuro. Te lo prometo, no cometas ese error. No cometas ese error. Es todo lo que yo busco acá. Ahora, con eso dicho y hecho, vámonos a tradear. Vamos a tradear un poco, porque esto es también lo que me gusta. Me gusta tradear, me gusta que puedan hacer lana con estos perros y también quien pueda tradear puede invertir mucho mejor que cualquier otra persona en el mundo real. Así que conocer las bases de trading son muy buenas. Quédate aquí para poder aprender con nosotros y si necesitas cualquier cosa más, ahí lo tenemos en el sitio. No te quiero vender nada. Y para todos los que quieran también venir, darse una vuelta en nuestro Discord, ¿por qué no? Nuestro Discord es absolutamente gratuito, damas y caballeros. Se llama Elite Trading Academy, por supuesto. Ya somos más de 10,000 degenerados acá. Todos los menús están del lado izquierdo. Acá tienes el análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, por supuesto. Tienes Criptolingo también, muchas abreviaciones que usan Alex y Farhan por acá, que mucha gente no entenderá. Las tenemos en español y en inglés. Aquí están. Cae a nuestro chat general. Aquí es donde la acción ocurre. Todo el mundo. Ayer vine a platicar, no sé quién haya visto mi post ahora para que lo encuentre, ¿no? Va a estar bueno. Que vine y les dije, el yen me está dando ese número importante, señores. Así que aquí los quiero ver, perros, aquí los quiero ver. P&Ls, también ven a decirnos cuánto has ganado, cuánto has perdido, 200%. Hoy me llevé yo un 60% en mi trade de Bitcoin. Entré, tal cual como lo anunciamos en el último episodio, entré en, ¿qué fue? En 116,200 y vendí en 119 casi. 118,900 y cacho. Buena lana, pero le hubiera metido más X. como esto. ¡Ah, cabrón! Un 500X y te llevaste 1000%, gato mión. Nada mal, mi gato mión. ¿Dónde está Tomatito, que es claramente el presidente del portafolio de Nancy Pelosi? También gato mión anda miándose buenos resultados. Güey, 740%. Bien por todos ustedes, perros. Me da muchísimo gusto. Ven a pedir tablas, pero sobre todo, ven a apoyarte en esta comunidad. Aquí lo tienen, es absolutamente gratis. Y si no entiendes todo lo que se está platicando acá, tenemos una solución perfecta. Tenemos un cursito de 1 hora 40 minutos, cuesta $29, no nos va a hacer ricos, se los juro por mi vida, para que puedas hablar todo el lenguaje que estás viendo acá, si es que no lo entiendes. Si no, entra directo al Discord. Gratis, gratis, gratis. Ahora, ¿quieres también ya aprendiste a tradear, sabes tradear, pero nunca has usado un exchange de futuros como los que usamos nosotros para hacer cortos, largos, etcétera? Voy a meterme aquí a nuestro sitio de Elite Trading Academy. Todos los enlaces están aquí abajo, bastante bien descritos. Y me voy a meter en Tutos. Tutos te va a llevar a esta página y te vas a meter en cómo tradear en Bluffin. Bluffin es nuestro exchange de criptomonedas de futuros. Le pones play, es un video de 5 minutos, te explica absolutamente todo lo que tienes que saber para poder hacer trading y le picas acá a la página web y vámonos de aquí al cielo, damas y caballeros. Con esto ya te puedes registrar usando nuestro enlace y puedes participar en todas las cosas que estamos haciendo. Hemos tenido 2 torneos de trading que ya se acabaron y también tenemos otro exchange que funciona igualito que este, pero que tiene acciones también tokenizadas que se llama BTCC. Abajo está la dirección y funciona igual que esto. Así que este video te va a ayudar para todo eso. Sin más ni más, damas y caballeros, les traigo a Alex, a Farhan. Vámonos a analizar estos precios. Vamos a ver dónde me van a regalar el siguiente trade para poder hacer oye, no lo quiero decir. Una lanita.
Buenos días, muchachos.
Muy buenos días, boys. How are you?
Doing very well, actually. Doing great. Spirits are all the way back up.
Who would have seen that coming? By the way, not only the spirits are back up, your Wi-Fi's back up, and it works, and it's not laggy. It's beautiful. It's beautiful to see. You guys fucking did it. Let's do it. Hey, made some money on the last trade you guys gave out on Monday. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. What am I going to do next so that I can make more money? Can you guys please tell me what's it going to be? Show me these Bitcoin piece of shit things so that I can squeeze those little cents out of it. Let's do it.
I was
Thank you,
very
sir.
lucky
Let's
to
check it out.
see my long hit TP overnight while I slept.
What was your TP?
It was around 119.
Oh, you and I are long brothers.
I was using
It's been
90x
a fun
leverage though, so
market.
I pulled the Tranquilo 128%.
Fuck you. That's where I'm jealous because I only did a 30x, unfortunately, on my trade.
Which is still high, but that's hilarious.
Yeah, show us the way, Alex.
Yeah, no, we've had a market. It's been a fun market. I mean, you know, it's Monday now. So over the weekend, we definitely had volatility. We were, identifying resistance up here. If we go back and look at more so the 2 hour, we identified this little range that we were in. Under it, just to me, ultimately meant that we were going to have a pullback, which again is not bearish by any stance. Actually, bulls are gauging a pullback specifically, and we talked about this off the back of a new 5-day candle. Now, we actually saw that the median on the 5-day shifted down. This is a big sign for me, which said, yeah, if we had a pullback even all the way down to that $110,000 region, that to me still would be looked at as very bullish. And we essentially would be looking at that as potentially the next major higher low. Now, all timeframes are in an uptrend, specifically the weekly as well. We saw that once it actually broke out, made a new higher high. And so often what we know with Bitcoin is higher highs often give you higher lows, very easy TA. But this at least can make it, more sobering for us moving forward, knowing that, well, we definitely could get a pullback. That pullback definitely could go to that weekly EMA 5, which is something we've seen every single week since we broke out in June. A pullback to the 5. Here was a pullback. Now, all these were a little more aggressive, and they went past the EMA 5. But the point being is that you still get pullbacks despite bullish momentum, of course, because often these pullbacks are what traps a lot of shorts that then fuel us higher. It's all just a liquidity game at the end of the day. And so I'm still kind of gauging that reaction. What can we dissect now today after that? We did have a multi-$1,000 pullback, but with these numbers, at $122,000, that only really resulted in about a 6% move. But again, that was still something we were talking about. I remember us talking about on stream, if you can't afford a 5% drawdown, maybe you start scaling out of your aggressive longs. So we've had that pullback. We've even went down to the 12-hour EMA 9. Here we lost it for one candle closure and then quickly reclaimed it. This is often what, this is kind of where you get that trap scenario where, aggressive shorts are up and they're printing and they understand the next zone's the EMA 21. It's logical. You're going to kind of ignore this rally. You're going to be looking at this as like a bearish retest. It'll slightly reject, not losing the 12-hour EMA 9. This will actually be the reclaim. Here you get the expansion. On a very simple trading system, you can very easily have a 12-hour EMA 9 system. This often is kind of, again, just sobering to see if you're aggressively scaling shorts here. This can at least tell you, well, bulls are definitely in the camp of a bounce today. That bounce either is going to reject up here and roll over, or this is going to break out. We just got a 6% move down. All that was a daily EMA 9 retest. We talked about how that really hasn't been retested since this breakout in July, which started the rally up. And that was kind of just giving me that bias of a pullback. When we're going and we're moving up and Bitcoin just seems like it's only going to go up, that's often a very good sign for at least some kind of pullback. You're already getting slightly that on lower time frames. When we identified that 4-hour shooting star, here you got that move down to the EMA 9, held beautifully, made a new high. And then here's where that new range started, losing that EMA 9, which again, technically held here. When you get the pullback in quotation marks, it goes down, less than 2%. Off the EMA 9 on the 4-hour, you make a new high. But then this is kind of where I wanted to pay more attention. Because often, you're getting like little bits of chop. You're still kind of getting some bearish setups with the shooting star. It's just often, it's what Farn is talking about in the Discord. When you're shorting, you have to be really stingy with your risk on shorts and not taking off stop losses. This environment's extremely predatory to shorts. And we saw that very evidently on that 12-hour EMA 9 loss here. You're under the median. You're under the EMA 9. This is looking quite primed to move down. Bears and bulls are really wanting this, move down here, but understand that this will still be an opportunity zone. You get 1093, 1098. I'm looking at that as the ultimate gifts from the crypto gods themselves, because that in theory should be a simple SR flip, moved up, SR flip, what was resistance moved into support before going to potentially $130,000. So again, moving forward today, you got that 6% pullback. You're holding the 12-hour EMA 9. And again, this just ultimately puts us in bullish posturing whenever you're above that 12-hour EMA 9 in confluence with the median. So in theory, this should have a move up today to around that 121,400 to like 122 flat, like 122,000. This is going to be the big zone I'm watching. We do have an Academy short still waiting there. And ideally, this will move up. We'll then form some kind of lower high. And that way, then we can actually get that deeper pullback down to that opportunity zone that I've been patiently waiting since we broke out from here. Or, right, we end up today breaking out, reclaiming this, flipping this into support. We then can start longing this to that $130,000 region. And that's just based on the 5-day as well, right? We don't want to get blindsided. The 5-day is still very, very prime to giving you a major move up. This very well could start giving you volatility expansion into the next 3 days. And that could give you confirmation of that within the next 5-day candle. And that's just shown here. You're seeing volatility now for the first time after 2 periods of 0 session level volatility, starting to give you the signs of maybe the setup to actually starting to fire off. We talked about this, which is if this starts firing off anywhere up here, theoretically speaking, if you moved up in this confirmed expansion when Bitcoin's around that $125,000, a 35 will be conservative. A 35% move would, technically take you to that $170,000 Bitcoin. Pretty insane, actually, from this point. But that is a real possibility when we see the 5-day hasn't really even fired off. And now that it's starting to, this still isn't confirmation. But the next 5-day candle is going to be really important. And that's exactly why into this 5-day, I'm really watching to position. If, again, you end up coming back down and testing this 5-day median, maybe going a little lower, wicking down to that 1098, I'm really gauging this as the next opportunity. Because I know as long as we're above that median, the next target should be 125,000 on Bitcoin, which would put that into a new high. The high we had here was 123,000. So has Bitcoin topped within this 5-day view? Absolutely not. This is just telling you that anyways, which you should have already been gauging, a higher low can come anywhere from where it's currently are, where we had the pullback and we've got the bounce to like this point. So you could literally go boom and then start making your way up and breaking out bigly, into August potentially. So for me, Bitcoin's looking bullish. There's no question about it. All yesterday was the daily EMA 9 retest, a backtest of the 38.2%. So the daily is in breakout posturing. You really should be keeping your bearishness in check as long as you are holding the daily EMA 9. And this was a big point for me, which was, as long as we're going to hold this, bulls are going to try to spring off of this. And that's, they didn't spring, but they got a bounce, very minimum. How big of a bounce was that? Nothing really. Tiny bounce. From the full length, we've gone up 3%. So remember, this EMA 9 on the daily will move more up. Got to really be watching with this 38.2% shifting, because as long as we're holding above this in confluence with the daily EMA 9, it really is going to give you more of a bias that we are going to move up to that $121,000 region. Let's see the 4-hour. All right, we saw how well the 4-hour EMA 9 was holding. You'd often get your expansions off of it, right? This was a 7% move off 4-hour EMA 9 setup. Pretty insane market. That's why we're in easy mode. You can literally take the easiest longs and actually get follow through, and pretty big follow through too. 5% on like 100x is pretty insane. So using the same logic, right? You're gauging this to be a pullback. You want the 4-hour EMA 9 to hold. That should theoretically then take you up and test major resistance, giving you potentially a 3 to 2.7% move up. I'm really looking for this to get tested this week. I don't see any reason why. This kind of just will be the place where, you're either going to reject, like I said, roll over, perfectly fine. Maybe then we're forming a new range. That's all ever Bitcoin does truly is range. There's only small moments where it's truly breaking out or breaking down. Most times it does just range. Very well could just be forming a new range here. What would a new range do on the daily? Well, all a new range technically would do is start resetting daily BBWP. We were watching for this to potentially reset. What you're noticing is it didn't, and it's still moving up. So again, there's just still is more of a bias of this bouncing than going all the way down to 109.8, 110,000 first. It's either going to be off the backs of the rejection of 122,000, or that's just going to be flipped into support. And we're going to start moving up towards that, $130,000, $135,000 region. But no matter how you're looking at it now, as long as you're above that median on the 12-hour, this should be the next objective. So that is kind of what I'm watching. You did ever so slightly reclaim this on the 12-hour, lose it. You got massive follow through. You never really got retested this region. So I'm going to be looking at this as resistance. While everyone's looking for a new high here, I'm going to be paying attention, because in theory, this should then give you that price divergence. This will give you a deeper pullback. Once you take out July 15th low, this will give you a deeper pullback. And then maybe we can start looking at this region to go max long. So I'm still not comfortable max longing this region. Again, even if you just start flipping this wick high into support, cool. I then can have an easier invalidation, but you definitely can trade the volatility here. And this, to me, as long as you're holding above that 12-hour EMA 9, you should start gauging a move up to that $122,000 region today. Now, I'll be wrong on this idea. If, let's say, this 12-hour zone to the daily loses the 9, this will be a cause of concern for me. Maybe then that price divergence is formed, did not reach where I wanted it, perfectly fine. We're going to be gauging that $116,000 region. $116,000 has been support. And you see the 38.2%, 12-hour EMA 21 is all lined up there. So if you start losing that on like a daily close, cool. It's most likely going to be a good sign that you're going to get a deeper pullback. I'd like, though, to see bulls really start stepping in now. Like I mentioned before, you don't need to always just retest the levels that, seem super obvious, specifically when you're dealing with these volatility setups. You very easily can just do a 6% move. That was it. And now you're going to move up. So just understand that, but have confirmation of that first, which is just using this region here on lower time frames. It starts getting reclaimed. Cool. That's good. That's an easy sign to just go long because you have volatility supporting it. Because once this 5 days starts really firing off, you're not going to really have many opportunities to position. So that is why we were really watching this new 5-day candle. You did get a pullback. So now it's just a question of, was that it? Or is this going to lead into maybe a deeper one, testing that 5-day EMA 9? Let's see here. The 3-day also closed, not the 5-day. So everything's just real close, but it is resistance still. Like, I'll look at this and say, yeah, it's really close to a breakout, but this is still resistance, still solidifying my meme line resistance as well. If this ended up rejecting, you still would get a target down to that $110,000 region, which again, no one's really talking about. 2-day, potentially put in an evening star. So, you know, in theory, then you can just use that as your zone. This wick high on the last 2-day wick high shouldn't get taken out if you're a bear. And you should be gauging a move down to here where you're looking to long, and you can just play this very easily. Yeah. So that's all I have on Bitcoin, really. In summary, you're watching lower time frames. It's been your friend as long as volatility is there. I don't see any reason not to play lower time frames. Right, we're watching this 12-hour EMA 9 to get hit. 118,000 should be a spring. That should be support. Again, you can just look at it like this. I mean, 118,000 was resistance. I also know that the 5-day momentum pivot shifted up to around 118,000. So that is important that bulls hold above 118,000 within the next 5-day candle closure. So it absolutely makes sense to be watching this 12-hour EMA 9, which has now shifted right to $118,000 as a bounce zone. So little pullback, $118,000 should hold. You're kind of watching for an easy trade like this. Position off that 12-hour 9 using the last 12-hour wick low, targeting up to that $122,000. You know, this is practically a free trade. If you're wrong, perfectly fine. You're just going to wait for the daily to see if you hold the EMA 9 on the 12-hour. And if you lose it, you're going to understand that possibly could just make that price divergence. All eyes on $116,000. But this to me seems very, very easy, very logical, playing that 12-hour EMA 9, using this wick low as your stop. So I'm going to be looking at this. Maybe I'll give this for the Academy. And again, this just gives you nice confluence because, well, maybe you don't want to wait for a 12-hour. Perfectly fine. Then just play the 4-hour. And you see here that the 4-hour, 9 and 21 have crossed. You have that 21 sitting perfectly almost at $118,000. So you then can play the 4-hour, and if the 4-hour starts losing that EMA 9, then you can just cut the trade before it hits the stop because you know that that EMA 34 is sitting right there where your stop is. There you can potentially just take another long if you stop that out early and just shift it down to here. Using these lows, EMA 34 as entry, very simple. But until proven otherwise, I'm watching this to be support. We saw the easy reaction when we're in a very bullish mode, which is, okay, yeah, you pull back, 4-hour EMA 9 holds, you make a new high. You pull back, 4-hour EMA 9 holds, you make a new high. Had used the same idea over here, it would have just printed nicely. So I don't see why we shouldn't really be gauging today, tomorrow, for Bitcoin to start moving up to that $122,000. There, I'm going to be watching that Academy short to trigger. I'm going to be using this high as my stop. I'm going to be watching the reaction really carefully. If dailies, 12 hours, 4 hours start reclaiming up here, I'll cut that short and potentially target up here. And then if we break that high, that'll give me confirmation that we're going to go to $130,000. Where there you have multiple time frames telling you that that is solid resistance. You very well could get a deeper pullback at $130,000 if, let's say, that 5-day volatility hasn't confirmed expansion, which again, just very well could into the next 5-day candle. So that's Bitcoin. That seems, you know, like a nice, easy trading day. You're getting lots of different time frames supporting this idea. Even if I go to the hourly, let's see. Cool. So the hourly here should just hold above the EMA 100. That should shift up to around that 118,000. Very easy. You know, you can just see the reactions. If even an hourly loses that EMA 100, rejected, boom, you went down, tested it on that rejection, gave you, you know, very easy short. Just again, shorts are going to get follow through on these setups. You're going to move down quickly, form a price divergence, and then break out. Any shorts here that didn't TP, just feel this move up. So this potentially is going to get filled soon, so just watch that. We can look now at Bitcoin dominance. Let's see what's good with this, because I've heard all over CT that alt seasons were so back. We're in alt season. So let's see if that's true. I know. If you look at CT, apparently we are. Okay, so let me see. Let's go to the weekly. A lot easier on the weekly to start. So we got that loss of support. This led to the rejection. We've now come all the way down to the next support zone, which is support. We don't want to disregard that. And this is just represented by that EMA 21 here. You have to think of it like very simply. If the EMA 9 held this strong up, then you shouldn't disregard the EMA 21 on a weekly. Specifically, too, when you're at the 38.2%, you don't have any confirmation yet that volatility is really fired off. Now, let's check the 5-day. Nothing. Maybe the 3-day. That is fired off. So that is new. So the 3-day is actually giving you something new. But again, it's still not actionable. You're waiting to see where this closes. It's going to be quite important to see, because what you're noticing here is you're potentially, shifting structure here. This EMA 34 was always that extremity low spot. But we also know that with this, we often get those retests. So I'm not really too aggressive on alts, really looking for this to close at minimum retest, give you a lower high, and then come down. Your next objective, if you lose that 3-day EMA 34, will be the 100. And that is sitting right around 61.45%. So I guess I understand why people are getting excited. But again, for me, there's really no fun alt season until we actually lose the daily SMA 200. Now, we did lose the EMA 100. That's always a good sign. That often is implications. Whenever you get like a loss of support, shown here, mixed in with an EMA 100, it's often very good. It's a good sign for bears that you're going to move down to the next zone. For me, the next zone logically will be the blue line, and that is at 62.58%. It's sitting right where the daily SMA 200 is. If we start losing this daily SMA 200, that's when I can start giving altcoin bulls more legs to stand on with their alt season ideas. Let's see the last reactions here, because the issue is Bitcoin dominance has been rightfully so in a major bull market. So in major bull markets, you don't really test the SMA 200 too many times, and/or once it's lost, it generally does lead to downside that then quickly gets bought up, reclaims, leads to a bottom. If it holds, and that's where you go up. So let's just see, because again, there's just not many occurrences where you've actually stayed under that SMA 200. Recently at least, you can see here as well, you lost it quickly, led to you didn't expand away from it, reclaim. That reclaim led to a major bottom. That took you up. So here is a similar environment to where we were. You lose the EMA 100, you move down to the SMA 200. Could not hold it. Quick bounce. You needed to really watch the EMA 100. That would have been my zone if you get back above to really start moving up. It rejected the 34, couldn't even reach there. Lost the SMA 200, and from that point, you ended up moving only 9%. How long did you stay under it? So you stayed under it for 146 days. Not the best. This is more of a better example. Shows you more of how really big this spot is for bulls and bears. And this is generally always the reaction you want if you are going to be in a bearish environment under an SMA 200. You want it lost. Often you will get chop around it. But generally, this should be solid resistance. And you can just see that here. Any move up after we'd officially lost it here was sold off. Notice how you just couldn't get back above it. This is exactly in bearish environments how an SMA 200 should act, where you're just rejecting distribution. Any move up here gets bulls super horny. But well, you're not getting above that SMA 200, so it doesn't matter if you pump 5%. It's all about the SMA 200, EMA 100. You get your wick high rejection there. And then you inevitably broke down. And this breakdown from this point, led you 37% down. But again, you stayed under that SMA 200 for 200 days. So, and I'm counting it from here where you technically reclaimed it. You did expand up, but again, you just couldn't hold it. This is why it's always important to be watching the follow through off this, right? Bulls needed to just start expanding up from that. And you were under it again. So for me, and the reason I'm bringing this up is you're not really allowed to get too bullish or bearish on alts until really you lose this SMA 200, which is already looked at as, a SFP. This is support. You can see here just how well this zone has held. This was the last spot before you did start breaking out. So I don't think you should be disregarding it. Does that mean that alts are going to do bad? No, to me, it looks like this is going to go lower. Potentially can go, almost 2% lower. But I'd really be watching that SMA 200 to really be gauging if you're going to get a deeper pullback or not. That's represented by the weekly 34 even. That's nice because you know that often if you lose the 34 will give you a deeper pullback. Oh, and look at that. And you even here have the EMA 100 on the monthly sitting right around that blue line, which is exactly the area we're going to be gauging for a major bounce. So, all different time frames are telling you to be watching that 62.58% region. So that's the zone I'm going to be watching. Doesn't mean that we can't go down lower. That is what that literally means. So it's just going to be, are we going to hold it and, bounce, range a little bit? Or are we actually going to lose this? Then bulls on alt can actually have some legs to say, okay, yeah, we have an alt season maybe. We're breaking down here. So, yeah, just understand that until that 62.58% loss, I'm still going to be, excited for alts, of course, but yeah, it's just not going to be anything exciting. And that, again, just plays into my idea here. So long as you're under 366, just on your own line, put in 366, 0.03666. And then just, on your own time, look at every time we've gotten back above there, what altcoins have done. They've done pretty well. These are often your alt season moves when you get back above 366. This is not your alt season moves. This is your alt season chop. Structure, whatever it needs to do, but this is not where the fun began. It always begins when you get back above 366. We said it here too. I remember like saying this in the beginning of the year. All right, we reclaimed it. I was getting excited on alts. And rightfully so. You reclaimed a major level, couldn't hold it, lost it, and then this is where I just said, you really shouldn't be touching things like ETH. And ETH wasn't a bear market the entire 2025, this entire year. So, right, we're getting that bounce, but all this bounce really has done is maybe give you a monthly EMA 9 retest finally. That just shows how sold down this is. And you can just see the last reaction when you rallied up, hit the moving averages. Everyone said we're so back, and this is what caused a major dump. So again, just trying to give you some sobering thoughts on these altcoins. You very easily can do this. Bitcoin dominance can very easily do this and then bounce. It's not until you lose the monthly 9 and reclaim the monthly 9 on ETH BTC where we potentially can entertain that idea. Because how funny would it be if what always happens, you just think alt season's back, ETH gives you a little bit of green, and then support holds, and we're not so back. I mean, we got to really see where this candle is going to close. Very easily could just retest this, leave a wick, go under 2,900. It's all was nothing. So it's going to be quite important this month to see where everything closes.
I'd also like to encourage everyone to not look. They're looking at Ethereum and thinking that because of Ethereum going up, little bit of a correction in Bitcoin dominance, that the rally's on, right? And if you really look at overall ETH, overall SOL against USDT pairs, they're not really on an uptrend, right? They're just making lower highs. So that's mostly to focus on. That's one, so that you don't FOMO into these trades. And the other one is, I don't think we can look at Ethereum anymore just like every other token at this point. Now, I think that's changed.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to consider ETH as an altcoin and as an indicator for altcoin season. I'm going to consider it as an independent thing that will have a lot of volume running through it. That's it.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I honestly think a better indicator is SOL for alt season.
Yes.
Personally, that is what I use, because I agree with you. I don't use ETH for that, because it's just a different, dynamic now with ETH, different situation, and it's actually being utilized potentially on, alts don't get utilized at all. ETH is being utilized. So yeah, you're very right though. I mean, you just got a brand new quarterly candle. Makes sense. You're finally rallying up. But again, it's like until you actually break this last quarterly wick high rejection, nothing really has happened. I can extend this out. I'm not going to, I don't want to move it like too much. And again, this very well could just be a retest of resistance, lower high. It's going to be really important to see where this monthly goes. Because I agree, ETH is looking better, but you can't disregard the fact that it has been in a bear market. It's been in a monthly downtrend. All higher timeframes are pretty bearish. So it's really not until you get this monthly back above this channel where then I'll look at that as, okay, cool, maybe we're going to do this, and then we're going to do that. And then there could either be the next quarterly lower high before the breakdown, which very well could happen. This could mean Bitcoin moves up a little more, maybe goes up to 170, blow off top. ETH gets right in position, looks like it's about to break out. You finally, break down again. Essentially, you saw the breakdown here. I won't say finally because it did break down here. I'll count it from here. 45%. So, pretty dramatic dump once you lost this channel. That's why we just want to watch actual closures into that and understand that still this is as bullish as it can be. I mean, we did identify that once you got that close in March of 2025 above the EMA 100, this is still very, very bullish. Go to the
you would expect that retest, no, before breakout.
And it's already been done. So here on this move down, you reclaimed it, you hit it, you expanded. This solidified support, this move down, because it literally dumped and then got bought up 3%. So it's already telling you, yeah, this is support. You already know the monthly 9 is support. That moved up nicely. And you also already know that this wick high should be always flipped into support. This led the previous breakdown. And luckily for us, that is sitting right around that EMA 100. So there's a lot of things that are telling you that that's a bounce zone. And that's why I'm using that as my gauge on either a bounce or if you start closing monthlies under that EMA 100, great. That could be a great sign that you're going to maybe go down to that 57, 58%. And then maybe ETH BTC goes up to 366 and then rejects maybe. We don't know until we get there. But we can't get too bullish on ETH, especially when we're just now retesting the monthly 9 after multiple months of being below it. This is the first test all year, just so everyone knows. And it hasn't even tested it yet. So generally, this should give you some reaction, either like little sell-off and then it breaks out, or this will just reject. So if everyone, hopefully that does just kind of put things in perspective a little bit. I want to make money on alts. I know all of us want to make money, but it's just all about the timing on that. And it's like what Alejandro said. I don't know if ETH BTC is going to be the nice easy gauge now for us, but we still know that ETH is tradable, and still ETH is something that is questionable in a downtrend. And everyone and their mother is bullish on ETH right now. So, not a good sign. And also ETH is doing better day-to-day, intraday than Bitcoin. It's not a really good sign. I will say that too. Now, people will say, well, it's playing catch up, rightfully so. We're at $118,000. ETH's only at $3,200. I agree with you 100%, but I just want to point that out. This being more bullish intraday than Bitcoin generally isn't a good sign. Here we have U.S. Tether dominance. This is important. It's still looking very weak. For me now, objective should be around 3.79%. Let's see the 5-day, or this is the monthly. Interesting. I already have it. Okay, cool. So the monthly, for the first time, is potentially going to close above that moving average. Again, we're looking for volatility to get fun in July. Maybe we're actually going to get a major parabolic move in August, maybe, or even late July potentially. But regardless, this still is looking very primed to go down. This doesn't really look like it's ready to get bought up yet until minimum you go to 4%. It's a nice psychological number. You've seen 4% hold. Like we've been in this exact scenario. We've seen support hit and then we've seen a bounce. This exact scenario, we've seen the consolidation. Excuse me. We've talked about like, as long as 4% holds, you're going to get a move up. So there's no reason to be, disregarding the zone as major support. But that still means that very minimum, you still can go down 8%. So that could translate into a new all-time high on Bitcoin just on this monthly view. Weekly, you're just in no man's land here. Look at the HBDR. Weekly breakdown. You've already got the 38.2%. So in theory, this should just start moving down to the 50% at minimum. I think more than 61.8%. That just is more confluence to my 4% target. Which again, we've seen this get hit a bunch of times. Very easily can hit it, bounce, form a channel. But I will say the more times you hit support, the weaker it becomes. So. And again, weekly is looking pretty nice now, giving you that volatility setup into August. Now, this has implications because the 5-day we know on Bitcoin is still giving you a setup. We know on Tether Dominant, this is still giving you a setup. This has retested the 38.2%. I wonder if this already, we're looking at the 9. We can, use the 5 if we're either super weak or super strong. Super trending markets is a better word. And so what we see is, that did ever so slightly front run it. If this did start breaking down, this would just move the EMA 5 down and give you a reconnection. So in theory, this very well could just reconnect with the 5 on a move down, testing that 4% to 3.79%. What could that correlate on Bitcoin? Well, exactly what we were talking about. Just simply this long triggering at 118,000 and then getting that move up to around 122,000. But then maybe this does just break out. Maybe this has implications for that Academy short. Maybe this was all we got. And maybe we are going to break out because 8% would mean we're closer to that $127,000 mark on Bitcoin. Which again, for me, it's like, we're just on the cliff. So I will always say, bulls will try to pick up here, but it's not with all the other stuff we're looking at. It's definitely not in their court, the ball. That's just shown here on the 4-hour. You're just in a breakdown still. Let's see if there's any silver crosses. Sure there is. Probably happened a while ago. And here. So you're just simply still playing we'll go to the 12-hour. Let's just see. So silver crossed here. You broke down. You rallied up. You silver cross retest, put in a nice shooting star, lost the 12-hour EMA 9. This is looking as bearish as it possibly could look, in my opinion. Only hopium now is just this price divergence here. Which, granted, we saw Tesla bounce off that. But there's just too many things looking like this is going to break down today. And this does give me confluence of, that move up on Bitcoin today. I mean, Bitcoin did look pretty bullish to me. So I'll get off of this now. You're not really looking for much on Bitcoin rather than either the 12-hour hold and then give you a new high, or for this point, just to kind of give you a new high. For me now, Bitcoin does look like it's primed to go and test, at least near the all-time high. And I'm really going to be watching that $122,000 reaction very carefully. I do think that this long has legs. We see the 5-hour perfectly closed. You see it's now just retesting the 9. So if you're not positioned and you want to position today, I'd really consider this long. The risk to reward's great. And that's all I have. I'm very interested to see what Farin has to say.
All right. Let's see.
Alrighty, let me. Oops, which button? I hate this new update to StreamYard.
Oh, it's horrendous. I agree. They've been like really fucking up lately.
I don't know why these companies have a good thing going and then they feel like they have to change it and then they ruin it.
Because they hire other morons that come in that are like, so that I can feel like I'm worth anything, let me just rub my dick all over your shit. And that's what they do. And that's what we're witnessing. I promise you. I'm going to shower real quick because I was working out the whole time Alex was doing it. I'll be right back
So I'm
in
going
2
to start
minutes. So
with
don't fuck this
the
up.
low time frames. I'll try. I'm going to start with the low time frames on the 4-hour on Bitcoin. So right now I'm going to give a little disclaimer and say that I am currently long. I had my long from last night. It hit TP and I have entered another long this morning based off of this 4-hour trend. Right now, the 4-hour did close right here over this past rejective high, taking out this lower high wick, putting this from a downtrend now into the startings of an uptrend. And what we get after a higher high, because this would be considered a higher high after closing above this wick, is you would get a higher low. And right now, I am gauging anywhere between this zone here and which is the top 38.2%, all the way down to the median is going to be our area where we could get a higher low. The reason why I started scaling in already is because we do have a huge cluster of EMAs right here, plus this top 38.2% right next to each other, making this a very significant level of support. Once you start to lose this area, then you have that median, and you have about an hour left to go. So this median is likely going to rise, and that's going to be your next level of support. And my stop loss right now is going to be this wick low. So as the median comes up, even if it doesn't come up, if it goes down to the median in this next hour, which is going to be unlikely, you would enter if you're not already entered right at this median, and this would be your most opportune zone because then your stop loss is like 0.26%. But what's more likely is on this close, this median is going to rise and it's going to be somewhere around like maybe 117.6 to 117.7 based off of this area of support, and anywhere between from here all the way down to like 117.2, 117.3 is going to be the area where you could enter in that long with your stop loss at this wick low, or if you want to be really aggressive, you could use your stop loss at this wick low, make it a little bit not aggressive, you want to be really like sure, you could use this stop loss, and then if this one does break, then for sure you're going to dump from here. But the reason I'm using this one is because there's a very high probability that if this one breaks, you're going to break this one too. But as of right now, the idea of it even going into the 117s is just an idea because we're still holding this top 38.2%. And as long as we're holding this top 38.2%, this is going to have to be considered our next higher low before we get continuation on this busting action. It's just going to come down to the closures, and we can't front run the closures. We have to just keep watching. Right now, I am glad that I took that long right around that 5 EMA. Even if it goes lower, I was preparing to add. But as of right now, it is bouncing, so I'm currently green. Wonderful. Right now, the 4-hour is pointing to the upside on momentum. It is currently rejecting the bullish control zone, but it's still above the moving average, while volatility is currently contracting. If we can continue to grind out a higher low in this area and ideally get a close over about 119,300, that's what's going to give us our volatility expansion to somewhere around 121 to like 122 area. It still should be considered a bearish retest in that zone as long as you are closing below about 122,774. Start to close over that area, then you're very likely going to bust onto new all-time highs. Okay. Daily is, currently has momentum pointing to the downside. Volatility is currently contracting, which is telling you it's likely going to be a higher low. The jewel is currently giving you a neutral signal, but it has not currently switched into a sell signal just yet. And you are right now in the critical zone on the jewel. Right now, what you want to see is a close over the 61.8% on the daily, and that's what's going to give you your move into that 122 zone. Right now, the 61.8% is at about $118,743. Not very far away from where we are right now, like another $300. If the bulls can close it over this area, that's what will give us that move into 786, 78.6, that 122,000. This is the area where I personally will be entering a short because your risk to reward is very, very, very high in this area. You're risking about 0.9% against you versus if you do get a pullback from this area, very likely at the minimum you're going to come down to this area here, this consolidation zone, and that's like 3 to 3.5%. That's more than 3-to-1 odds. And if you start to even get a tick above this 123,279 area, that's where you just flip long and you take your next busting action move to the 120, 125 to 129s. Very, very simple invalidation on that one. Two-day is currently flipped to the downside. Not really, because it's right at the moving average, so it's still technically pointed up with volatility very close to getting into a contraction phase. The jewel is now giving us it's still giving us a buy signal, and it's very close to giving us the pink crossing above the yellow. Once that happens, we likely get a pump that goes along with the pink crossing above the yellow. And that would be a move into that possibly 126 zone. 5 days also still pointing to the upside on momentum, getting very close to breaking into the bullish control zone with and there's some bearish divergence forming right here because we have higher highs and lower highs on momentum, but it's not going to be confirmed until you get a close below about $110,435. Volatility is currently expanding as well from extreme lows, and the 5-day jewel is now curving back up and giving us a buy signal, which is a confirmed buy signal and hidden bullish divergence on the jewel because we broke these lows here while price action made a higher low. The hidden bullish divergence will be confirmed with any close over 123,279. That's going to take us up towards about 130. Weekly as well as pointing to the upside. Weekly has a close over the median currently, which gives us a move towards the top 38.2%. As of right now, we have hit the top 38.2%, which would give you odds of, as long as you are rejecting this top 38.2%, you will go towards the median. But it doesn't tell you you're going to go towards it in this candle closure. It just tells you eventually you're going to tap the median. And right now, the median is sitting somewhere right around that about $113,000. But we are about to get a closure in 4 days, and this median is going to move. And very likely, it's going to move somewhere around this wick low, maybe a little bit higher. And at that point, you're probably going to get a retest of this wick, get another retest of that median, and then use that to spring upwards. I'd like to see that median sitting somewhere around that 116 to 117 zone. We won't know where it is until it actually happens. Right now, volatility is expanding as well from extreme lows with momentum pointing to the upside. And the jewel is now starting to lose its sell signal and switch into a neutral signal. It has not switched into buy just yet, like the 5-day, but it likely will. Come on. Come on. Where's my watch list? Go. Two-week has now also gotten a close over that median, and now we're getting expansion from a retest about 38 from our 5 EMA, and having that close over the median and expansion from that 5 EMA gives you probabilities of going towards a 61.8% chance actually of going towards that top 38.2%. Right now, we are slowly making our way towards it, and that level is sitting at about $131,000. Another point telling us that we have overwhelming odds of going towards around that $130,000 zone. Right now, momentum is pointed upwards, very close to making it into the bullish control zone, but volatility is expanding from 0%. Did we make a lower low? Indeed, we made a lower low on momentum, giving us hidden bullish divergence on the 2-week as well. And the jewel is giving us a buy signal on the 2-week. On the weekly, monthly now, we are now starting to flip back up on momentum, which was the idea that as long as we were holding that 38.2% momentum was going to flip back up. And now monthly is forming another drive of hidden bullish divergence. Now we have 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. And the monthly divergence will confirm with any close over about 110,617, which we are about $8,000 above right now. And the target from that area will be the median. Right now, the median is sitting somewhere around $146,000. And the monthly jewel is starting to lose the sell signal and flipping into a neutral. Also getting a close over that 110 area will very likely switch this into a buy signal. Quarterly has gotten that close ever so slightly over the median, by a slight ball sack here, closing over the median, but closed over it nonetheless. And whenever you do have a close over the median, you have probabilities of hitting that at the very least reconnecting to the median one more time. It doesn't tell you you're going to close above it or not, just tells you you're going to tap it. But even tapping the median, it's sitting at about $165,000. That's like a 36% move from where we are right now. Quite actionable, very tradable. Right now, quarterly momentum is pointing to the downside, but this is the same idea that we had with the monthly, is that the momentum has flipped down, but it has not closed, confirming that momentum to the downside. And before this quarterly close, this likely does flip back up, considering we do have a target of about $165,000. And the jewel is still giving you a buy signal on the quarterly. I will switch to RSI. Tether still has 3 drives of bearish divergence formed on the quarterly RSI. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below about 6.24%, and you are getting now expansion from this topping candle. And have you broken the wick low yet? 4.36. You have indeed broken the wick low, giving you follow through on this top and continuation on the bearish divergence. And our next target is going to be somewhere around the neutral zone, which is at about 3.94%. And we are finally getting that volatility expansion that we were looking for on the quarterly, which is the lowest level of volatility that Tether Dominance has ever had on the quarterly. And now we are expanding from there, and we're expanding on that quarterly volatility with a sell signal on the jewel and three drives of bearish divergence on the RSI, giving us very likely targets of hitting that monthly 100 EMA, which we're going to get to in this next time frame. Monthly now has a confirmed drive of hidden bearish divergence, and that's going to be confirmed as long as you're closing below 5.26%. And your easy target from that divergence is going to be right around here at your monthly 100, sitting at about 3.5 to like 3.55%. It lines up. Doesn't line up with any of our RSI targets. But right now, the volatility on the monthly is getting, just like the quarterly, freshly getting volatility expansion from very, very low levels. Not quite as low as the quarterly, but this is still some extreme low levels on volatility. This is a similar level we got volatility expansion from in our dump in late 2023 on Tether Dominance. And we got volatility expansion over here. We moved down. How much did we move down? Let's see. 40%. Wow. Let's just take it for how much we moved down before the bounce. Moved down about 19% before the bounce. Let's see from volatility expansion here. We're down about 11% so far. Let's take it to this 100. This 100 is right around 20 to 22%. Very, very close to the same move that we got right over here before we got a little bit of a bounce. That bounce was about 19%. That's a pretty good bounce. And then we got another dumpski. So what's likely to happen is draw a little Picasso tool, is we'll get a little dumpski to here, get a nice little bounce, get a rejection, dumpski to somewhere around that. This is a little too low, maybe somewhere around this zone here, like mid twos. Very nice Picasso drawing. Monthly on Tether Dominance, the volatility expansion. Let's measure. We already did that. Let's go to 2 week now. Why is this Picasso still appearing? So, oh, 2 week is now forming a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence on Tether, and that will confirm with any close below 4.69%. Very nice number. We are a good amount below that 4.69% number now. Volatility is now sitting at extreme lows. Very cool, with the hidden bearish divergence forming. And that easy target on that hidden bearish divergence is going to be your neutral zone, which right now is sitting at right around 4%. Nice round psychological number. And your next level is the bearish control zone with volatility at such extreme lows. Very likely that's going to happen. And that's at about 2.7%. Right around that area that we would get to be tapping or getting very close to our previous major higher low. And Tether Dominance on the 6 month is going to have possible hidden bullish divergence as long as you are closing over this what number is it? 2.54%. As long as you're over that area, you will have possible hidden bullish divergence. 2.23, my bad. And once that hidden bullish divergence confirms, that will be likely the end of the crypto up market. The jewel right now also has a sell signal on the 2 week on Tether Dominance. Weekly is also now giving us volatility at extreme lows, very, very close to a weekly setup. 5 day currently has bearish divergence. going to be active as long as you're closing below 4.95%. Your next move is the bearish control zone. This sits right around 4%. Critical zone is at 2.45%. Very likely considering we had 2 periods of 0% volatility, and we are now getting expansion from that 2 periods of 0% volatility with bearish divergence. And have we taken out? I believe we have. We have taken out all of these lows on a closing basis. Today is now giving us that bearish retest of that 5 EMA and follow through with confirmed hidden bearish divergence. That's going to be active as long as you're closing below 4.87% with volatility expansion now on that bearish divergence. Long going slow. It is indeed going slow. I'm happy I'm long. Volatility is expanding onto 2-day as well with a sell signal on the jewel. Daily as well, volatility expansion. 4-hour currently has bullish divergence. It will be invalidated with any close below about 4.22%. And you currently have a sell signal on the jewel with volatility now.
Wait a minute. Did your internet crap out? Yeah,
Can you
just a
hear me?
little bit. Yeah, now we can.
Yeah. I think it's good. I could hear you the whole time.
Oh, really? So it's mine.
What was it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
didn't cut off at all.
I don't think you can hear us. So I think
Can
it's
you
just
hear me?
internet.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
This is like the Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? Except we just keep
Mhm.
asking. Man, Jennifer loved huge tits. Really, what a downfall.
Who?
She had it all going on. She was skinny with gigantic yammers. And then she decided to let her body catch up with the gigantic yammers. She looks like she
I don't know
works
who
at
you're talking
Walmart.
about.
Jennifer loved huge tits. She used to be a huge star when I was young. Hewitt,
I
I'm
don't know who
sorry.
that. Oh, I don't know who that is either, but
Of course not. Of course not.
okay. So on the quarterly, tether dominance has finally gotten that volatility expansion with momentum pointing strongly to the downside, and it's going to remain pointing to the downside as long as you're closing below 5.78%. But as long as you're closing above 2.23%, eventually you will have hidden bullish divergence because we have broken these lows on momentum. And that hidden bullish divergence will likely give us a retest of the very least somewhere around the 7% zone, and that's going to be a pretty nasty dump ski on Bitcoin. Monthly is currently just about to flip to the downside. This was the idea that we've been talking about for the past couple of live streams, that your monthly momentum was pointed up and it was above the pivot, but we were getting to the edge of the bearish control zone, and this is the area where the pivot likely would go up, and now it has gone up, and it's going to flip to the downside as long as we close below 4.79%. When we're a good amount below 4.79%, with volatility now freshly expanding on the monthly. Very, very beautiful setup for a nice nuke. 2-week also now with extreme lows on volatility. 2-week flip to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 4.76%. Weekly as well, extreme lows on volatility. Weekly freshly flipped to the downside, and it is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 4.49%. 5-day now giving us a close below our meme line, which has been significant support. We have a back test of the meme line and rejection, and volatility now expanding from 2 periods of 0%, with momentum freshly flipping to the downside, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be pointed down below 4.58%. 2-hour volatility expansion from 2 periods of 0%. Momentum pointed to the downside, and it is going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 4.63%. Wow, nice girthy green dildo on Bitcoin. Check out the 45-minute if you can, fellas. Very
Wow.
nice. Volatility expansion on the daily from 0%, and momentum is currently pointed to the upside on Tether. It will very close to flipping to the downside, and it will flip down if you close below about 4.27%. see, 119. And now we will go to the 4-hour. 4 hour is now also freshly flipped down on momentum, getting a rejection of the critical zone. Volatility is currently contracting. Once you get a tick below about 4.22%, this is likely going to expand on volatility, and you're probably going to dump to somewhere around 4%. Now let's go to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is now currently getting a nice breakout on the low time frames, retest of our major EMAs. This was the reason why I started scaling in instead of waiting for a test of the median, was because of these EMAs. We're currently getting volatility contraction, but once you get a close over somewhere around 118,193, or you get a tick above 120,500, very likely you're going to get volatility expansion. And that volatility expansion is going to take you towards somewhere around 120, 122, very likely. The momentum is currently on the 4-hour pointed up as long as you're closing over 116,350. Hourly is also pointed strong. What am I trying to say? Hourly is also getting expansion on volatility from a nice reset zone after a double extreme. We do currently have momentum pointing to the downside, but it will flip up if you can close above 119,275. We're very close to that number right now. Go to 45-minute. 45-minute is about to reclaim all of our major EMAs. We are currently pointed to the downside, but we will flip up in about 1 minute if we can close above $119,100. Let's check this real quick. And then we will go to this live stream. We're going to get to the very what's the word?
Degenerate timeframes.
Degenerate timeframes. We're going to get to as degenerate timeframes as possible. 15-minute is currently giving us volatility expansion from 0% with momentum pointing to the upside and a derp of life, and it's going to be pointing up as long as you're closing above about $118,450. Let's go to, okay, derp of life. The last derp of life gave us how much of a move to the upside? Gave us from here, we got a little bit of retest of the 5 EMA, and then which we have gotten right now, and then we got to move up immediately of about 0.58%, followed by 1.41%. Has the 45-minute close just yet? Not yet. 10-minute as well.
Should be now.
Now we should get a retest somewhere around this 5 EMA, and from there we should get blast off. Okay, okie dokie. And if you wanted to enter along at this point, if you were very aggressive, you could use a stop loss of about, what is this big low? 118,240? Yeah, 118,240. I just entered that on my own. Let's go to the 45-minute now. Now check out our closures. 15 minutes still pointing to the upside after the close, pointing up as long as you're over 118,650 with volatility expansion. 30-minute got a close reclaiming all of our major EMAs. If we do get a move to the downside to about 118.9, I would use that as an opportunity to enter into longs. All the way until you're ideally, I mean, not ideally, but all the way until you're 21 and 200, you could use that as an entry. And then once you get ticked below this, you would get out. That'd be your ideal entry, because then your risk would be like 0.12%. But even right now, your risk is pretty small. Your risk is like less than 1%. And right now, 30-minute is freshly flipped back to the upside, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and it is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $118,950. 45-minute is still flipped to the downside, but we will flip up as long as we close over $118,900 or $119,000. Let's see what the pivot was before. I do think it went down. Pivot was previously 119,150, so yeah, it did go down. Come on. Hourly is flipped down as long as you're closing below 119.50. That one went down as well. Hourly has a fresh silver cross to the upside. Let's go to 2 hours still flipping up as long as you're over 117,950. 3 hour just close. Check that. 3 hour also still freshly, I'm not freshly, but still flipped to the upside with very close to getting volatility expansion now. And you are going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $116,700. And now 3 hour as well as the 4 hour are flipped into an uptrend after taking out this previous major lower high. That would give us targets at the least of hitting somewhere around this 120 to like 121 zone. Okay, now let's give us the overview now. On the high time frames, Bitcoin is looking extremely bullish. Tether is looking very bearish. Tether still has active multiple drives of bearish divergence on the high time frames, on the monthly and the quarterly. Although Tether, as long as you're closing over 2.23%, you will eventually confirm hidden bullish divergence, and that will be the end of your crypto bull market. Right now, Bitcoin has hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. It's forming it on the quarterly. Yeah, you have it on the 2 week, you have it on the weekly, you have it on basically every single time frame, with every single time frame giving you momentum to the upside with a monthly volatility setup that currently has a 100% hit rate of going out, playing in terms of direction. In terms of momentum, and right now momentum is pointing very strongly to the upside. We're above the pivot by around $10,000, actually closer to $12,000, and weekly is now freshly flipped to the upside. 5 days freshly flipped to the upside. We have a 5-day volatility setup. We have volatility setups basically across the board. Right now, if we do get a pullback, I'd be looking for somewhere around that 118 zone, but it's kind of seeming like the pullback is already in. And from here, I'd be looking for a test of somewhere around 120 to 122. If we can get a solid close over about, let's see, 123,200, that's what very likely will take us towards somewhere around 126 to 130, and that's the zone where I would be looking for our next consolidation / pullback, and then I'd be expecting some busting action to eventually tapping that median around $146,000. And right now, the invalidation on all of this is either getting a tick below about 74,000. Actually, we could now use a different number. We could use either a tick below 98,330 or a weekly close below about $100,000, like $99,800 weekly close below that, 99,700. Either one of those two things, then we're very, very likely going to be retesting somewhere around $74,000, and at that point, we'd likely break that low. As of right now, it does line up with a 100 EMA, so just puts some hopium of a bounce in this area. I just don't think that's going to happen because of how much overplayed this market is, how overheated everything is, and I'd be saying we're probably going to bear market at that point. But that's my invalidation. Aside from that, I do think we're going to be going to new all-time highs.
Very nice, senor. Indeed. 1 second.
Wow, in like 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes, I'm already up like $200.
Did you guys the alert on Discord? It seems to be a short instead of a long. Is that right?
Which one? Who posted it?
The alert that you just gave, isn't it a long? And then the other one says the alert on BTC, it's like a short.
I gave a short a few days ago or a day or two ago, but that one's been invalidated.
The long? I don't know why it had short on. It was a long. So
it's long. Okay. So yeah,
but I also talked about it on Discord, and that's the one we mapped out on stream. So
yeah. Okay.
It was kind of clear. Should have been clear. My bad though. I guess the website had it as a short.
Yeah. Just can you flip it to a long, por favor?
No, it's fixed.
Thank you, because all of the chat turned into that. Listo. Ahí está, es un long para que sepan en las alertas, es lo que acaba de poner Alex. Por alguna razón se subió como corto, pero es un long para que lo sepan. Vamos a empezar con este gran análisis de Bitcoin. Güey, cabrón, seguimos alcistas. Voy a ponerlo rápido en la de 2 semanas, aventarnos un poco para atrás para que puedan ver por qué lo decimos. Siempre cuando estamos viendo el mercado tenemos que ver varios factores. Lo primero que tenemos que ver es si estamos haciendo altos más altos, y aquí lo estamos haciendo. Bajos más altos, los estamos haciendo. Además de que tienes que estar en tu gráfico trimestral por encima de tu promedio del 9, lo estamos, 21 también, 34 y 55. Y mientras más lejos estés, más fuerza lleva el precio, y sobre todo que todos los EMAs, los promedios de sesiones, estén en orden. Eso quiere decir el más corto más cerca del precio hasta el más largo, lo más lejos del precio posible. Después de eso, también nos gusta ver momentum, a dónde está apuntando y volatilidad. Momentum está apuntando para arriba en la trimestral. Volatilidad está expandiendo en este momento, aunque está yéndose un poco de lado acá. Pero esto se puede doblar en cualquier momento con un empuje en temporalidades más cortas, pero como estamos por encima del promedio, viniendo del punto más bajo de volatilidad en toda la historia de esta tabla del índice de Bitcoin, eso nos dice que muy probablemente vamos a continuar expandiendo hasta ser probado del otro lado. ¿Cuándo consideramos que ya no está expandiendo? Cuando esté debajo de la línea blanca, que es el promedio de volatilidad, para que lo sepan. Ahí es cuando consideramos que dejó de expandir esto. Ahora les voy a poner también el HPDR para ver qué tan cansado está el movimiento o qué tanto no. Esto, ¿cómo abre el HPDR ahora con estos números? Es una mierda, pero solamente en temporalidades enormes. Así que no hay mucho de qué quejarme. Perdón, ¿qué era eso? No, ahí está. Ok.
We're not.
¿Ah? Oh.
My bad. I forgot I was not muted.
Wait, your chart's logarithmic or the other one?
Mine is log.
Okay.
In high time frames, log scale.
Okay. There it is. Thank you. Vale. Además de ver que estamos siendo más altos en el trimestral, etcétera, también puedes apreciar rápidamente dónde estamos en el HPDR. Estamos en la zona azul. Nuestro siguiente objetivo, claro, debería ser la media. Tienes dos chances, ¿no? La parte baja de la zona azul, que son los $80,000, o la media en los $165,000. Eso es lo que nos dice básicamente. Pero de acuerdo a de dónde viene el precio, con volatilidad, momentum apuntando para arriba en una tendencia alcista, etcétera, le voy a dar más probabilidades, o le están dando más probabilidades a que vayamos a esos $164,000. Voy a poner la mensual para que lo vean. Obviamente también fuera de esto, ¿no? Un segundito. No, ese no es cómo veo la tabla. Ahí está. Ok. Ahora, tal cual como la trimestral, la mensual también está teniendo un breakout. Esta zona era la importante a vencer, los 111,730. Ya la rompimos y estamos arriba. Estamos en $119,000. Ahora, en la mensual, volatilidad también está apuntando para arriba. Y aquí tienes divergencias alcistas ocultas, lo que dice continuación alcista, es lo que nos está diciendo las tablas. Además de que tienes un setup de volatilidad ya en expansión oficial, y este setup de volatilidad en expansión oficial te lo está dando junto con esto. Una vez más, estás haciendo altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Lo mismo con los bajos más altos, todos tus promedios perfecto. Y ahora vamos a checar el HPDR, tío. Ahora, normalmente esto en la mensual pueden ver que sí llega más arriba de la zona azul, pero por ahora vamos a enfocarnos solamente en la zona azul y la media. Tal cual como lo dijimos en la trimestral, con todos los factores que tenemos apuntando para arriba, esto nos debería dar más preferencia a la media. La media está en $145,000, 146. Y la parte alta de la zona azul en $230,000. ¡Wow! Ahora, el retroceso, una vez más, debería de ser máximo a los $80,000, a los $79,000. Eso es lo que nos pinta esto, si es que va a haber un retroceso de esos. Y ahí es donde me estoy preguntando yo si agosto nos va a dar una sorpresita, porque todo el mundo empieza a decir, no, es que ya la economía no sé qué. Agosto nos tira y después subimos, pero eso es mucha especulación. Todavía estamos en julio 16, todavía esperamos ese blow up top y no sé si lo va a hacer ahora o después de una corrección. Vamos a esperar que lo haga ahora y eso nos llevaría a esos 146,000 y de ahí a los 237,000. 2 semanas también tenemos divergencias alcistas, volatilidad está a punto de expandir por encima de nuestra línea meme después de periodos de nula volatilidad del pasado que nos llevaron hasta el cielo. Ahora no tuvimos tanta nula volatilidad, pero este setup nos debería dar un mínimo movimiento de casi 50%, que es lo que nos han dado estos movimientos anteriores. Y acá, simplemente para que vean que no estoy mamando, es un movimiento de 64%. Vamos a darle 50% solamente para hacer buen pedos a este Bitcoin. Un 50% y justamente esa línea acá nos lleva a $180,000 y para abajo nos llevaría a los $60,000. 180,000 le damos más preferencia en esta temporalidad, con divergencias alcistas, con momentum apuntando para arriba. Semanal, lo mismo, momentum apuntando para arriba, pero nuestra volatilidad está contrayendo para volver a crear un nuevo setup y empujar a la alza. Nuestra parte alta de la zona azul está en 135,500 y nuestra media está en los 113,538. Este sería un excelente regalo junto con el primer regalo está acá, si es que puedes entrar para un long en tu media, en los 113,500. Y el otro está en tu promedio del 9 en los 109. Entonces, entre 103 y 109, esto debería encontrar rebotes si es que cae y darse para arriba. Es lo que más probabilidad tiene. Nuestra parte alta de la zona azul son $135,000 y nuestro 61%, $155,000. 5 días, estos son movimientos de 35% en promedio y esta está expandiendo, estamos en 17% después de periodos de nula volatilidad. No está dando un delicioso setup como el de Hamas, que ahora se llama el setup de Israel, nuestro aliado más hermoso de todo el mundo, porque es explosivo. Y ahora eso nos da más probabilidad de venir a testear la parte alta de la zona azul que está en 125, el 50% está en 134. $130,000 suenan inminentes para este Bitcoin. Ahora, tengo nuestra media y también nuestro promedio del 9 entre los 110 y $111,000, lo que da un poco más de confluencia a esos objetivos que estábamos buscando en la semanal con nuestra media y nuestro promedio del 9. Vamos a continuar a ver si nos dice un poco de lo mismo por acá, temporalidades más cortas. 2 días, una vela topera. Tienes expansión de volatilidad en esta subida y la volatilidad ahora está, después de varios periodos de cero volatilidad, está yéndose de lado, lo que nos dice que muy probablemente estamos ante una corrección. Ahora, estamos aquí en la parte alta de la zona azul. De rechazarnos, deberíamos venir acá al 112, al 111, hasta el 110. Una vez más, es lo que estábamos diciendo. Pero de poder romper los 119,400, vas a tener más probabilidades de hacer un nuevo alto histórico y treparte hasta los primero los 123,200 y de ahí los $128,000. La de harina, la diaria, damas y caballeros. Diaria tiene una vela topera. Esta es una historia bastante interesante. Tengo esta vela topera y ahora déjenme quito el HPDR para toda la gente que está apenas entrando por acá y aprendiendo de trading. Este tipo de velas toperas que están acá, ¿qué consideramos una vela topera? Cuando tienes el cuerpo, que es la parte gorda de la vela, que es 25% del tamaño del total de la vela, lo pueden ver y claramente lo es, una cuarta parte, y está en la parte baja. Ahora, cuando esta vela topera juega, normalmente tienes que tener un cierre por debajo en la siguiente vela. Te lo dio, esta vela cerró aquí abajo. Aquí es donde yo voy a mantener el ojo pelado ante una corrección que creo que se puede dar, una corrección rápida, no una corrección fuerte, que es lo que nos podría llevar justamente a esos números que estábamos diciendo. Primer objetivo serían 116, que es la diaria, y segundo objetivo está entre tu 34 y tu 21. Y puedes ver que acá los ha tocado. No tocó el 34 después de julio de este día, ha venido de hasta abajo. Yo creo que el 34 es lo que debería aguantar. En tu diaria estos van a ser tus gauges. Si esto aguanta, y aparte esto tiene, en este long, tienes una invalidación muy fácil, porque estás entrando en 116,300 y tu invalidación es la parte baja de esta vela. Entonces, si esto llega a caer más de esto, igual es una toma de liquidez y después sube, pero esa sería una fácil invalidación para un excelente y potente long. Ahora, el de acá abajo, en los 112,000, acá ya estás en territorio interesante, porque en realidad hasta los 111,000 hay juego, básicamente hasta esta línea amarilla. Si esto llega a caer hasta acá y explotar, tu invalidación debería ser esta en la diaria. Pero como todos los degenerados, nos vamos a meter en temporalidades más cortas, vamos a la de 4 horas para ver qué está pasando. Y tenemos justamente después de esta expansión de volatilidad una corrección. Y digo ¿cómo se dice? ¿Cuál es lo que, puta madre? Contracción, justamente cuando caemos del promedio, que es lo que les estaba diciendo. Y estamos viendo esto. Tienes acá ¿podrías considerar esto no lo podría considerar hombro, cabeza? Sí, en realidad sí, si llegas a romper los 115,700, el objetivo serían más o menos los 111, de acuerdo al patrón que estamos viendo acá. ¿Por qué? Porque si esto llegara a jugar, ponte tú, ¿no? ¿Cuál es el bajo más bajo acá? Acá. Es un hombro muy extraño. Cabeza, hombro. Y si esto llega a caer de acá, ponte tú, esto lo pondría acá. Si rompes acá la baja, tienes que medir este movimiento. Es básicamente cómo funciona esto, patroncillo. Y esto simplemente a ojo de buen cubero, damas y caballeros, debería caer hasta los 111. Entonces, rompiendo los 115 para abajo, este mínimo nos diría que más probablemente vamos entre los 113 a los 111 y ahí deberíamos de encontrar, yo creo que no, es difícil decirles esto porque normalmente yo espero siempre el retesteo de esta zona, sube skies, lo rompes por primera vez. Normalmente a mí me gusta esos retesteos de estas zonas y el 111 sería la oportunidad perfecta para ese retesteo acá e irnos para arriba. Pero perfecto, en esta zona. Podría ser hasta los 112, 111, porque es claramente donde rompió el precio a la alza. Eso es la de 4 horas. Vamos a la de 1 hora a ver qué está pasando. En la de 1 hora nos está dando una velita topera por acá. Tranquilo, cabrón. Tranquilo con esta velita topera, vela. Y ahora, si nos llevamos los 118, 800 para abajo, más nos va, aunque tenemos un cruce plateado justamente acá en la de 1 hora. Recuerden, estos tienen menos significancia que en altas temporalidades. Y eso nos diría que la primera oportunidad interesante debería ser en los $118,000. Vamos a tiempos más degenerados rápidamente, 45 minutos. Uy, ya lo vino a tocar acá después del cruce plateado. Bien. Igual ya encontró este fondillo. Igual y el trade del que estoy hablándoles en este momento puede ser el siguiente. Puede que de acá nos vayamos a altos históricos y de ahí vayamos a esos 111. Vamos a mantener un ojo. El nivel de los 118 es muy importante para todos nosotros. Ahora los voy a llevar a la dominancia de Bitcoin, que ya todo el mundo está cantando, All Season está aquí. No es cierto, todavía no. Les voy a poner un gráfico bueno acá para que lo vean. ¿A alguien se le hace que esto ya entró en tendencia baja? No, 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 todavía no. Estamos desde el 2022 haciendo altos más altos y bajos más altos. Simplemente una visitada al promedio del 21 como lo hizo acá o hasta el 34 a la parte baja de esta media, no los pone en una tesitura más bajista, continuaría. Ahora, rompes esto a la baja y te llevas el S&P 200, el nivel de alt season tiene que ser acá, en esto. Si quieres entrar a gusto, tiene que ser debajo del 54%. ¿Por qué? Porque te llevas este mínimo, todos estos mínimos, y ahí empiezas a romper tendencia, podrías hacer un bearish retest y luego para abajo. Pero hasta que eso no pase, no hay alt season. Ahora, todo el mundo está volteando a ver Ethereum y diciendo, güey, ahí está, Ethereum, ve el monstruo, siempre volteando para arriba eso. Ve el monstruo, Ethereum, alt season. Yo voy a empezar a considerar que la dinámica en cripto ha cambiado por fundamentales. Ethereum no lo voy a considerar ya como un alt como cualquier otro, ¿no? Como Boink y como Dogecoin y todas esas mamadas, porque Ethereum es una red donde va a cruzar demasiado volumen institucional. Estamos hablando de trillones de dólares, trillones de dólares. Entonces, para mí el gauge hasta ahora, hasta que Solana no se mete en uno de esos proyectos, va a ser Solana. ¿A alguien se le hace alcista esta tabla? Potencialmente rompe acá y llévate este máximo en los 187, vale, empezamos a ir a buscar este máximo, pero por ahora puedes ver, está rechazando esta línea meme que viene para abajo. Ahora, y eso sería un bajo, alto, bajo, alto, y ahora la cosa es, vas a caer acá y empezar a ranguear hasta literalmente el 15 de septiembre, o vas a caer antes o subir antes. Solana es un mejor gauge del alt season que cualquier otra cosa, en mi opinión. Tether, la dominancia de Tether, estamos cayendo, lo pueden ver acá, perfectamente bien dicho, bien puesto, Alex lo había dicho, queríamos llevarnos estos mínimos y ahí vamos para abajo. Los que siguen, nos gustaría ver cómo nos llevamos estos para abajo y esto sería básicamente ese gran blow off top que les he prometido por no sé cuánto tiempo. Aquí lo veríamos. Si nos llevamos el S&P 200 para abajo y no rebotamos con fuerza, esto podría ser la oportunidad de oro. Y sobre todo, vean, está preparando un setup en la de 2 semanas, en la mensual está expandiendo y está expandiendo ante qué, para que vean, ante esta caída. Y esto podría darnos ese blow of top potente, con divergencias bajistas, etcétera, en Tether. Por lo que, regresando a Bitcoin y poniéndolo bastante fácil para todos ustedes, un segundo. No quería hacer eso. Bitcoin continúa siendo muy alcista. Puede que hayamos visto ya el final de la corrección local diaria. Esa corrección local diaria se encuentra en los 118,500, simplemente basada en temporalidades más bajas, donde lo habíamos visto que eran 12 o una hora. Una hora en los 118,800, donde vino a recargarse en el promedio del 9 después de un gran cruce plateado por acá. Igual y esto lo fue. Si nos llevamos para abajo 118,200, puede que veamos todavía más para abajo. ¿Ok? Pero por ahora estamos pensando que esto podría ir a ser sus máximos históricos. Las oportunidades más grandes van a estar en la zona cuando lleguemos al entre el 113 al 111, hasta el 14, podríamos decir. Ahí es donde podríamos encontrar una buena zona para entrar en long y continuar. ¿Por qué no hacerle un corto acá? Porque tu invalidación está muy alta. Bueno, no está muy alta, simplemente no le tienes que poner toda la crema a los tacos, pero sería un error. ¿Por qué? Porque acabas de crear un bajo más alto y un alto más alto. Entonces, esta podría ser una continuación de la tendencia alcista y yo no me voy a meter en frente del tren que viene con fuerza, porque tu siguiente invalidación está aquí arriba en los 120,500. Así que hasta no ver, no creer, pero nosotros pensamos que podríamos ir de aquí a los 121, 122 retroceso para darnos otra oportunidad de compra, y ese espero que sea por nuestros objetivos por ahí del empecemos 114 a 111, que sería la máxima oportunidad. Cualquier cosa que vaya a invalidar esto son cierres abajo de $100,000. Abajo de $100,000, esto puede que ya haya visto el tope y empezamos a voltearnos a ver a otro lado. Pero ahí lo tienen. Bitcoin por ahora continúa siendo alcista, continúa esa tendencia alcista, lo está haciendo en temporalidades cortas, en temporalidades grandes, momentum apuntando para arriba en todas. Va a entrar una divergencia alcista muy posiblemente en la trimestral. Mensual tiene divergencias, tiene el momentum apuntando para arriba. También tienes la volatilidad apuntando para arriba. Lo mismo 2 semanas, semanal, con todas divergencias bajistas, alcistas, lo que sugiere más continuación a esto. No se queden atrapados en la leche de hacerse ricos de la noche a la mañana con los altcoins. En la jugada todavía está en Bitcoin. Todavía está en Bitcoin. Vámonos. All righty. We got Oklo. Is that right?
Not Chipotle.
Oh, Chipotle. Chipotle way. Perfect.
The Chipotle way. Yeah. I do like Chipotle. I can't eat it though. It destroys my stomach, but I do enjoy it time to time.
I wonder, like, what the fuck they put in it, right? Because it's just meat and avocado. Like, why is it so bad?
I honestly think it's the bran oil. They use seed oils, but not a seed oil, but it's bran oil, and I think that's what it is.
That makes sense.
I'm a little bitch with like oils and cooking.
Me too.
Yeah, so it's just like I'll eat it occasionally, and like I don't eat out much here, but even like when I eat a steak out here, they're just cooking it usually on butter. But in the States, they just use canola oil, bran oil.
Disgusting. Yeah.
Like a motherfucker.
Put in a car. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I literally get sick every time I go to the States. But side note, I do like Chipotle. It is good.
It is delicious.
When I want to suffer. So here's the weekly view. What's going on? What can we take from this? Well, we're in the process of potentially breaking down here. This is just represented with us falling under that weekly EMA 9. I'm going to take the 5 off. Not really going to use it for this chart. And so we're kind of just waiting and watching to see what occurs here. Ideally, bulls were trying to sustain a breakout up to that $64.84. And that really could have been represented by a 38.2% weekly breakout. We reclaimed it, we held it, even held it here. But now we're falling back into that range, which is shown on the meme lines, but then even in the blue zone. So we want to just be really watching carefully this weekly, because this weekly is bad, but there still is 2 days to go. Very easily could get a bounce here, leave a nice wick, and then get back above that $54.61 region, essentially holding support. right? We're just trying to flip essentially. Let me get accurate. I don't want to use this wick high. I want this one, right? So now it's $54.54. And if we can just simply flip this wick high into support, this is kind of when Chipotle generally does like to trend up, but it's all really going to be dependent on getting that weekly back above that $54.54, which technically means we need to start bouncing here. I mean, the weekly 9 should not get lost. You saw it hold really nicely in June, and that is what expanded you up. And so now you're finally testing it again. There's absolutely no reason why this isn't going to hold, specifically when you see the EMA 34, the EMA 9, and even we're coming close to the 21s, all right around there. We saw the reaction down, right? This was solid resistance. So it's very simple trading. What was resistance just needs to be flipped into support. Get the Discord off. Just always hear that. 5 day as well. Same view as the weekly, which makes sense. And so if you're trading Chipotle, you're really watching to see the weekly and 5 day. Maybe you want to get more of a day-to-day, intraday kind of move. And so you're kind of watching to see this EMA 100 spring and bounce. You saw it here when the last reaction, again, in June. So there, again, should be no reason why the daily is going to lose that 53.35. Rather so, you could start coming down. You could get a bounce. All eyes on the EMA 34. How my system works, if you lose this EMA 34, you very often get rallies back up to it. So it could be like you bounce off the 100, you go up to the 34. The reaction on that retest will be really important. You're either going to get back above, and then that puts you back within the moving average range, giving you a target up to the 21, which would be, again, that 54 region. Or you start rejecting that EMA 34, giving you another essentially shot at testing that EMA 100. Not really until you lose the EMA 100, where you can be more aggressive on shorts, essentially. And that'll give you confirmation of a breakdown, target down to around $47, being the range lows. So, with this view on the daily, with what we know how my system works, you're just simply in wait and watch mode. You don't really want to front run this EMA 34 getting lost, because you don't know if it's going to get lost yet. And it very well could mean we're going to finally hit the EMA 100, and then that's going to spring us and start bouncing. That's why you really shouldn't get too bearish on this until at minimum you start losing the EMA 100, because then that'll have implications on a bad weekly and 5 day close. What you don't want to do is start scaling in shorts while, right, we're literally at support. That just wouldn't make sense. And then that's why the moving averages kind of keep you in check at least. We do know that weekly trend is up. So weekly trend's up, and it's right here. Bulls are going to try to grind some kind of higher low. It's really until we take out June 23rd's wick low where this all starts diminishing. But at that point, you're now, pretty under that EMA 9 on the weekly, giving you more of a bias towards that median and or also the weekly EMA 100. Can work the same way, just on a more higher time frame. You start losing all the major moving averages here, getting under the 9, specifically the 34 and then the 21. Yeah, you will get that measured move down to the EMA 100. All eyes on that. Lots of chopper on that zone. You saw that where you reclaim it, lose it, reclaim it, lose it, reclaim. You never actually threw it back and tested this into support. So you have no indication that this will be support. The only way you would have that is if you, got it tested and actually hit it and bounced. So, you're kind of using the daily to really gauge if this is going to start going in for that more deeper pullback, and or if this is going to hold as support, bouncing you back up above 54.54, taking you to around that 55.30. Once you get back above that estimate 200, I will be comfortable calling this a low, even if it's locally. Delete this. So, you see the quarterly median has moved near all-time high. That's not bullish. You also see that the 38.2% is now near my range lows. These are all meme lines at the end of the day. You could draw another one here. So now you have a range, right? It's like supports at $47.13 to like $48 like 30 cents. But there's more statistically a greater chance of this going and testing this zone before the median. So that just can put it in perspective. You did have a quarterly hammerhead. So you just know that this low shouldn't get taken out. This zone should bounce you. So then that does potentially have implications for this quarter, maybe giving you a deeper pullback, taking you towards that range lows. But as long as, you know, you're not really closing under March, essentially March low, it should hold. Let me double check that being March low. It's going to bother me. That was at $44.69. Nice. Yeah, March low. Easy, fun chart. So yeah, that's it. In summary, you're watching the weekly 5-day. That's what's really going to tell you if this is going to be more of a chance of grinding at a higher low here, or maybe we're going to come all the way back down to this zone and find footing, actually retest this EMA 100. While most get super bearish, you'll know, well, we're just potentially going to flip this into support. Hasn't been done since we broke out. It's going to be represented on this EMA 100. I don't use the 55 to trade, just simply for the crosses. So I'll take that off so there's no confusion. All eyes on that EMA 100 on the daily. To me, that does seem like the next objective. That does have implications for a move lower. But then you should be watching this as support. This will just be represented as, you know, us testing or grinding out that, you know, low towards that weekly 9. Maybe getting a bottom here at that EMA 100. We did see last time we hit this, it gave us a nice spring. So you should not be front running this. You can be more aggressive shorting this if and when you do lose this EMA 100. But like I said, you very easily could bounce off of it, go up to either the 34, maybe the 21. And then if you reject, you might get another shot at it. It's really then not until you get daily closures under it where you can be more aggressive. So you're watching the daily to really kind of gauge the 5-day and weekly. And that's it. You're just towards support. You're like in the midst of a breakdown, but even this 2-day hasn't lost any major moving average besides the 9. You've rejected down. You've hit the 21. It's very logical. But, you know, it's like nothing is solidified until you start losing these EMAs, EMA 100, even on the 2-day. And this very well could just bounce here and then close above it. Really wouldn't take much. You're not that far away. You're a few cents away. And this does close in a day. So everything on the chart's more telling you just to kind of wait and watch. You know, if you are short from here, great. You just want to get confirmation of these higher time frame supports getting lost. It's always a good, always a weekly 9 getting lost is always a good start. So, yeah, that's all I have on Chipotle. Pretty simple chart. I can look at maybe the 4-hour. 4 hours even showing you you're almost to support. You saw here this last, you know, you broke out, you came back, you threw it back, you tested the EMA 100. This bottomed you out, got confirmation once you got above the SMA 200, and then that moved you up. So, I mean, in summary, you could even trade the 4-hour. It's like the 4-hour starts losing this EMA 100. That has implications for the daily. Next objective would be around the SMA 200. That is sitting pretty nicely with that EMA 100. So lower time frames will really show you on specifically the 4-hour and daily if this is going to break down. But don't short or get bearish when you're literally at support now. Makes no sense. And you even have an SFP here. So you very easily could get a bounce, test this, and then reject. So looks something like that. But yeah, that's all I have. Simple chart, just kind of waiting for those higher time frame closures.
Perfecto. Thank you so much, Senor. Appreciate you. We're getting to Paco in a second. Let's go look at these Chipotles in case you want to get diarrhea. But it's a nice little place where it's at.
Yeah,
nice
it is tricky though with the weekly, right? Because even on your chart, it's like could break out, it could bounce.
Good break. Yeah. Kind of like if 53 doesn't hold, your best bet is going to be that EMA 100. And if that shit doesn't hold, then this is probably going to go find a new low, right?
That's agree. Yeah, basically it. Yeah. Literally.
Well, you said it. I'm just paying attention. I'm just trying to simplify it for myself because I need to understand it before I pass it.
But it can be that easy. It really can be that easy. Like people, I think, overcomplicate trading. If this, then that. So Yeah.
I couldn't agree more with you. And I love the fuck you play of like SFP or SFP, right?
Literally.
Piece of shit, Chipotle. No wonder why you give everyone diarrhea. All righty. Thank you, sir. Estamos viendo Chipotle. Lo voy a poner en la trimestral para empezar este gran análisis. Güey, Chipotle es una tabla mega alcista. Ustedes lo saben, lo están viendo justamente acá. Tenemos un poco de contracción de volatilidad, lo podemos ver justamente acá. Nunca hemos tenido un setup de 0% en Chipotle, interesante, aunque Chipotle ha estado cotizando desde el 2006, creando altos más altos con bajos más altos todo este tiempo, menos justamente acá, 2008, 2012. Ah, no, sí aguantaron, espérame. Sí aguantaron estos bajos. ¡Wow! Y de ahí, pues, la catapulta donde estamos el día de hoy. Más allá de eso, vamos a la mensual. Mensual, quiero ver esto, porque en la mensual acá Chipotle se pone interesante, nos empieza a coquetear este delicioso setup de volatilidad. ¿Va a ser a la alza o a la baja? Normalmente nosotros cuando estamos viendo justamente el precio de algo y lo ponemos en la mensual, queremos estar por encima del 9 para considerarlo alcista. Estás por debajo ahorita, pero por $1. $1. No, este trade va a ser muy importante y a veces puede ser más fácil de lo que todo el mundo le gusta complicar las cosas. Desde que tocó Chipotle este máximo con esta vela topera en 69.26, nice. Ha estado haciendo altos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos. Pero si ustedes son fans de mi canal, por alguna razón, que Dios los bendiga, ¿no? Porque puta madre, van a perder todo su dinero. No, no es cierto. Si han estado aquí por un rato, saben que mi consolidación alcista favorita es la que tiene altos, altos más bajos, tal cual como básicamente lo vimos con Bitcoin, ¿no? ¿Cuántas veces lo he dicho? Cuando esta banderita, porque es una banderita alcista, tienes movimiento a la alza y consolidación, mucha gente se va a echar para atrás y decir, no, güey, eso ya es bajista. Y de nuevo, podría ser porque efectivamente la cuestión acá en la mensual, desde junio del 2003, de junio 3 del 2024, has estado básicamente en una tendencia bajista en la mensual o coqueteando con ella. Y es donde tenemos que empezar a poner atención. Lo que quiero ver también con el HPDR es si está exactamente este tipo de cosas. Si venimos de abajo o de arriba. ¿Por qué? Venimos de arriba en el tope, caímos. Y ahora vas para arriba. Por lo que el siguiente objetivo va a ser esta media, ¿no? Una vez que puedas romper justamente los 59, $60, vas a ir a los 70 y eso es un alto histórico y eso probablemente te va a llevar a los 82. Y queremos ver volatilidad expandir junto con ese movimiento. 2 semanas. 2 semanas, volatilidad está también contrayendo, está a punto de entrar en nuestra zona para crear un nuevo setup. Estamos por encima de la media justamente ahorita, lo que nos pone más en tesitura, más alcista que bajista. Además de la media, también coincide con, ¿cómo se llama? Con la media de este canal. Y esta media no se ha perdido todavía. Y ahora, después de, si llegas a perder la media, lo que te debería aguantar es esta línea meme, ponte tú, lo voy a poner acá en 51.69. Si esto aguanta, simplemente creaste este mínimo, máximo, mínimo para poder crear después un nuevo máximo y va a ser probablemente más alto, pero vamos a ver, y está jugando un ranguito pendejo. Semanal, habíamos tenido expansión de volatilidad que fue a la alza, lo pueden ver desde acá para acá, pero ahora está a punto de empezar a contraer a nada del promedio. Y esta expansión de volatilidad, venimos de la parte alta de la zona azul hasta donde la media, una vez más, justamente en nuestro punto de los 51.69 con nuestro promedio del 100 también. Es importante notar porque estos rebotes son alcistas y te debería llevar al 78% y de ahí para arriba. Puedes ver que el 88% coincide con mi línea meme acá, lo que me hace pensar que... No me hace pensar nada, en realidad pueden ser los dos escenarios, porque aquí tienes el S&P 200. El S&P 200, pero es fácil de saber. Este nivel, pierdes este nivel y ahí quedó todo. Diaria, ¿dónde está la diaria? A ver si me cuento un poco más de la historia. Diaria está justamente en la parte baja, el 61.8%, y normalmente eso es lo que aguanta, el precio de Chipotle, a menos de que tenga una caída bastante brutal. Esto es lo que aguanta y también tienes junto a la media en los 53 el promedio del 100 y el 55 y tienes volatilidad comenzando a expandir. Comenzando a expandir. Si esta vela el día de hoy empieza a cerrar por debajo del 53.12, ahí es donde yo me preocuparía. Alcistas o bajistas en Chipotle, estamos jugando un juego bastante fino. Y ahí les va esto. Semanal. Pueden ver la importancia del 53. Si pierde 53, siguiente objetivo va a ser 51. ¿Ok? Y puede que el 51 aguante, pero si no aguanta esta zona, primero 53 acá. De no aguantar esta zona del 51, no sé qué tanto le doy más a que no vaya a irse a la parte baja del canal y encontrarse justamente en los $43 con este mínimo. ¿Y podrá ser ese el mínimo nuevo de Chipotle? Podría. Ahora, somos alcistas, queremos ser alcistas, queremos ver este rebote acá. Y para poder comenzar a sentir que esto no va a ir para abajo, nos queremos llevar estos 57 acá. Y luego, obviamente, 58. Eso es lo que esperaríamos si somos alcistas. Si somos bajistas, queremos perder el 53, luego el 51, 69. Y eso sería todo. Es más fácil ser bajista que alcista en esta tabla, porque para ser alcista tienes que esperarte a esta confirmación de llevarte estos máximos. Pero por ahora, una vez más, estás en la diaria, tío. Pon atención a todas las claves que te está dando esto. Una vez más, esta es una tendencia alcista agresiva en la diaria. Siempre y cuando aguante por encima de esta línea meme, debería estar bien. De romperse y llevarse todo lo demás para abajo, pues te la sabes, tío. Ahí lo tienen. Eso es Chipotle. Vamos a ver Oclo, que ha estado en un fucking tear delicioso. Eso, chingada. Y ahora está haciendo otro patrón de esos megalcistas. Bien. Vamos a ver Oclo con señor Farhan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
One second. Let me enter my stop loss. There we go. And now my trade is set. I am once again long on the Bitcoins.
Get long. I tell you, I've seen a lot of people get long. Not a lot of great results.
Not a lot of good results, let me tell you. Not a lot. Very shitty results, very shitty. A lot of liquidations,
Our 5-hour long idea literally filled at that bottom. So now we just need literally bulls to expand. So we'll see.
I had to quickly run downstairs and walk my new girlfriend to her Uber. Let's check out the monthly. So right now, monthly should be still considered as in a slightly not bearish, but more cautious posturing as long as you are under this $73.55 high. Once you start to tick above that $73.55 high, then price is once again in price discovery, and you're probably going to shoot up again, like when we did in this zone here. When we broke this wick high, we got a big spike up. This was the liquidation candle, and this took out everyone who had their stop losses and liquidations out at this point, and then we rejected. And once we can start to fill in this wick, that's going to it's going to put it once again in a battle between sellers and buyers to determine what the fair market value of this Oclo is by Scam Ultimate. Right now, momentum is flipping back up on the monthly, and volatility is now once again freshly going into an expansion phase. It has not quite yet confirmed, but it very likely will confirm as long as you can close over about $55.99. And the last time momentum freshly flipped to the upside on Oclo was right over here. To be fair, this was way lower in momentum than we are right now. So that would produce a more powerful move, but this would give you a move nonetheless. This was a move up of, let's see, when we flipped up, about 382%. Not bad. It's not very comparable because we flipped up way down here. Let's see a more comparable example. This would be a more comparable example. We flipped back up within the bullish control zone. And then we went up after this candle, from this candle. That's only 7%. What the fuck? 10%. What the fuck? That's only 10%? That looks huge. How much have we gone up so far? Although I'm pretty sure this was before Scan Altman.
It was.
How much have we gone up after flipping up? 14%. Our next target would be roughly somewhere around that 100% zone, because this is where it likes to top out. We have 3 right now topping out at the 100% zone, and 3 makes a trend. And 100% zone currently sits at right around that $100 zone. That ever foretold, prophesized $100.
That would be so wild. So fucking wild.
I wear a size Pagani Zonda, by the way, when it hits $100.
Oh, I see. I see.
Okay, so the 2-week is now also flipping up on momentum, getting very, very close to getting topped out. Not quite there just yet because it likes to go to the 100%. And volatility is also flipping once again back up. It tried to flip down in this zone here, just went sideways for a little bit, which on price action, we went sideways and up. And now it's once again flipped back to the upside. So if we do break these highs of around $64.78, that's what's going to give us another retest of this wick high of 73.55. It's hard to break that, and then you move towards somewhere in the upper 80s to maybe 90s. And at that point, you're very likely going to hit the $100 mark. Weekly is currently positioned to the downside on momentum. Volatility is still contracting, very close to getting back to the upside though, while Jewel is now firing giving you the first signals of a sell signal. It hasn't confirmed just yet, but it likely will as long as you close below about $64.78. Close above that area, this sell signal is going to switch back into a neutral signal, and then you're likely going to be revisiting your current highs. Right now, you do have, aside from that sell signal, in the overall macro picture, you do have the more bullish signal with the pink crossing above the yellow. So even if we do maintain the sell signal, what's likely going to happen is we're just going to curve downwards right here towards the edge of the bullish control zone, right towards this cross, and then flip back up from there. Right now, if we do close above that $64.78 zone, this will once again switch into a neutral, and then on this next open, it'll switch into a buy signal. That'll take you up towards very likely new all-time highs. Reject this, or not reject, but close below this current wick high though, and then you're very likely going to get at a minimum another retest of this 5 EMA, and then from there probably continue upwards. 5 days well is currently positioned to the downside on momentum and volatility. Same sell signal on the Jewel, same setup with the pink crossing above the yellow. 2-day as well is positioned to the upside with momentum in the bullish control zone. Volatility is now freshly expanding, and now the Jewel is starting to lose a sell signal and switch over into a neutral signal and starting to curve upwards. But we are very close to getting a bearish cross on the Jewel with the pink crossing below the yellow, and this is happening within the bullish control zone. So this would be quite a devastating cross. See if we have any previous examples. We have one right here. I have one right there. No, that's good enough. Please produce some powerful moves down. That's 21% to the downside.
Yeah, this shit is volatile like a crypto.
The crypto-like gains give you the crypto-like losses.
That's right. Yeah, there's not only a one-side trade, right? That'd be fucking sweet though.
37.2%, get some consolidation, and then about 53%. Our lowest number so far is about 20%. So we assume it happens here.
Oh my god, I never changed the stupid thing.
20% would bring us right down to towards this previous higher low. Very interesting. And if we were to take it somewhere about 35%, brings us to about $39 at this period of consolidation here. And the full 50% would basically undo the entire rally. Don't think that's going to happen. I think it's very likely it's going to be somewhere around that 20% move. And that's assuming we get the cross in the first place.
We will probably very likely invalidate that cross if we can get any type of close over about 64.78. Daily is also positioned to the upside with volatility now going into a contraction phase, but it has not confirmed the contraction phase just yet. And the jewel is still giving you a buy signal. Right now, we want to see a close over about $63.07, and that very likely will keep momentum to the upside, and volatility at that point will likely contract for a move into the 70s. I mean, expand. 4 hours now starting to contract on momentum, on volatility. Based on this setup, the smartest thing at this point would be to enter a short with your stop loss at this wick high at about $64. And your risk is at about 4.4%, whereas you're looking for somewhere around, what was the target on the 2-day? The reconnect of that 5 EMA. So that would be about 4.5% at a minimum in your favor versus 4% against you. And then the next target is going to be that 21 EMA, which is about like 14% in your favor. That's a pretty good trade. And we'll go to momentum. Oops, I pushed the wrong one. Monthly momentum is now just about to freshly flip to the upside, and it will flip up in about 15 days if you can close over $79. I mean, $49.75. And if it does flip up here, this will be a rejection of the bearish control zone. And then also notice we were forming a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders on the stochastic, and these patterns are way more effective on our oscillators than they are in price action. On price action, the inverse head and shoulders has somewhere around like a 60-65% hit rate. On the oscillators, the inverse head and shoulders is closer to an 80 to 85% hit rate. Way more effective. And right now, that inverse head and shoulders would take us into the critical zone somewhere in this region here. And the last time Oklo was in the critical zone was the only time ever it's been in the critical zone was back in 2023. So we don't have any comparable results. Right now, volatility is still contracting. So which is pretty crazy to see this much of a move on contracting volatility. It's like 27% on contracting volatility is pretty wild, but it is a monthly time frame. So once we see the volatility really start expanding, and right now it's in favor of the upside because we have momentum flipping up and we have an inverse head and shoulders, that would probably very likely take us towards that $100 target. And with the way this thing moves, that'll probably be in like 2 weeks that it hits 100.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
2 week is also positioned to the upside. Volatility is very close, basically in a contraction phase, but it has not confirmed yet. And momentum is going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over $30.15. You're like 100% over that number now. Weekly is also contracting on volatility. Now it's freshly flipping to the downside, and it is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $65. You're pretty close to that number, only about $4 away, $3.80. 5 days also freshly flipped to the downside with contracting volatility, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're below about $68, $80, $69. Kind of does look like a little bit of a bull flag right here, especially since you deviated the 5 EMA. So this from this candle here to this wick low. Give this a target somewhere around $87 to $88. Somewhere around mid to high 80s. 2 days now freshly flipped to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it is going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $60.10. We want to see a close over about 64.78, and that will cause volatility to start expanding. We are right at actually even lower than the zone we were at before whenever this rally initially started on volatility. Daily is now starting to flip up on expand on volatility from extreme lows from somewhere around 4%, and momentum is now currently flipped to the upside, and it is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $53.35. Very cool to see that. That makes it very likely that 2-day volatility is going to expand pretty soon to the upside, especially since we're freshly flipping up on momentum. That would take us towards somewhere around that $70 on for our first target. 4 hours also expanding on volatility from many periods of 0%. And we are going to be flipped up as long as we're closing over $60.61. So the high time frames on Oklo are extremely bullish. A monthly is forming inverse head and shoulders on the stochastic. Momentum is freshly going to flip to the upside as long as we're closing over $49.75. We have targets on the RSI of upwards of $100, one of our bullish divergence targets. We have a lot of things lining up for that. Right now, on the low time frames, we're getting volatility expansion from many periods of 0% with momentum pointing to the upside. Daily is getting volatility expansion from extreme lows with momentum pointing to the upside. 2 days now getting close to extreme lows on volatility with momentum pointing to the upside. It looks like our first target from here, we're probably going to hit somewhere around our current highs, around $70 to $73. If we can get a closure over our current highs on a daily closing basis, our next targets will be somewhere around $88 and then $110. And then the invalidation on all of it, on all of the bullish thesis, is either getting a tick below about, this is going to be really low, $17.40, or a weekly close below about $45. That one's a lot easier. That one's a lot less scary than waiting for that. Either one of those two would invalidate the overall long-term bullishness, and then you would very likely, at the very least, get another retest of somewhere around this consolidation zone here in the 30s with that weekly close. Or if you get a tick below this area, then this thing's probably going to trend towards zero. Don't think that's going to happen, though, and I think at the very most bearish scenarios, we're just going to consolidate a bit around these highs, if not break them and go towards the mid to high 80s. And then eventually, I do think this thing is going to hit $100, and when it does, it'll probably be very fast.
It probably will. It'll be just like me in bed. Excellent. Oklo. All right. I send you ASML. ASML is next. And what was the other one? Fuck me. XML. XLM.
It was one stock. I'll do the stock.
Here we go. Bueno, estamos viendo Oklo, damas y caballeros. Esta es la empresa del tío Sam Altman, por supuesto. Que pues nadie puede decir que no les dije de Oklo en esta zona, perros. Que no diga, güey, nunca dijiste nada de Oklo. Ahí estaba. Esta madre estaba cotizando en $5 hace un año, ¿no? Qué puta locura. $5 ha llegado a un máximo de $73 y ahorita les voy a decir a dónde nos vamos. Además de esto, volatilidad en la diaria. Quiero que vean esta hermosura. Preparando, dando un setup del punto más bajo de la tabla desde que Sam Altman la compró, me parece. Y si no, mínimo uno de los setups de volatilidad más fuertes que hemos visto desde básicamente acá, agosto del 2023. Esto se mueve con muchísima fuerza. Vamos a empezar en la mensual, porque esto no tiene demasiados datos. Mensual tienes volatilidad contrayendo después de extremos, pero entiendes los extremos. Esta cosa es un SPAC, ¿ok? ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que esta empresa eran varias empresas donde bla, 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 todas juntas, ¿se acuerdan de esos trucos en el 2020, 2021? Y una de las empresas que pudo hacerse pública, porque son empresas públicas chicas que absorben empresas privadas para que también puedan ser cotizadas públicamente, indirecta o directamente a través de ellos, depende cómo lo quieras ver, quieras semantizar, mi brother, ¿no? Desde entonces no hizo nada hasta que Oklo, Sam Altman se trepó y lo treparon encima y esto es básicamente Oklo. ¿Qué es Oklo? Son reactores nucleares minis para poder darle energía a todos los... básicamente dicen que a todo el mundo, pero es enfocada en los servidores para AI, porque ya saben que ocupa demasiado poder y energía nuclear, te digan la verdad o no, es el mejor y la más eficiente de todas las que existen hasta ahora en el mundo, de las que conocemos. No me voy a meter en teorías de conspiración, aunque hay energía libre en todos lados y nadie lo quiere aceptar. Pero bueno, eso da igual, no vamos a platicar de eso ahorita. Mensual, ya los habíamos comentado, estamos siendo altos, altos más altos y muy rápido, con bajos más altos muy rápido. Nuestros mínimos por acá, interesante, los $16. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas podemos ver que Oklo continúa con esa misma fuerza. Habíamos visto un poco de contracción de volatilidad, pero continúa expandiendo y ahora está a punto de una vez más empujar a la alza. Eso nos da probabilidades más alcistas junto con momentum apuntando para arriba en esta temporalidad con nuestros promedios bien abajo. Y también recuerden que este es un patrón de tasa y este patrón de tasa se rompió acá, básicamente, y eso nos pone con un objetivo de $92 mínimo, mínimo, damas y caballeros. Y ahora, esto es en la de 2 semanas. Ahora que me acerque más, van a poder ver cosas más bonitas. Semanal estamos justamente recargándonos el promedio del 9 para poder alimentar este movimiento en continuación a la alza. En la semanal empezamos a ver que podría haber una señal de venta a través del Joule, pero todavía no se da. Tenemos que esperar a ver qué se da. Para que se dé tenemos que caer por debajo de esta línea meme en los $54 hasta los 53 y por debajo de eso podríamos empezar a decir que se da. Ahora, eso es una corrección y esperaríamos que no se lleve los mínimos en los 50. De llevárselos, la última esperanza antes de ver un número feo para abajo son 45. Y si no te aguantan los 45 o hasta los 43, no podríamos olvidar esta tesis de que va a ser alcista y va a llegar a $100. Pero por ahora no podemos hacer eso. Voy a irme a la de 2 días que quita un poco de ruido. 2 días HPDR para que lo podamos ver y podemos ver que la parte... La zona azul en esta madre está aquí abajo, ¿ok? Aquí, en los 50, estamos bastante arriba, pero esto es lo que hace Oclo, le gusta moverse en extremos. Y ahora nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser los 67.43 y de poder romper eso, $78 es lo siguiente y eso sería un máximo histórico. Ahora, ¿dónde estamos viendo para que no se lleve a la baja? El 56. Los $56, que es el 61.8%. De perder esos $56, tu siguiente objetivo debería ser el promedio del 21 en los 52 o hasta los 50.69. Siempre y cuando aguante esta línea, honestamente no me gustaría llevarme este mínimo en los 50, déjame ver dónde está el low, 50.08. No me gustaría llevármelo, pero tienes también estos bajos. Puedes aquí crear un nuevo mínimo que no es más bajo que este y acá irte para arriba sin problema alguno. Perdón. Diaria. Diaria, lo mismo. Podemos ver, nos está dando una vela topera. Faltan 3 horas y 55 minutos para cerrar. ¿Y qué queremos romper hoy en la diaria? Básicamente esta línea, en los 64, 75. Si podemos romper en esta zona nos lleva a máximos históricos. Si no, vamos a corregir y esa corrección probablemente nos va a llevar a los $54 hasta los $53 es lo que, y 52 es lo que más debería aguantar. De no aguantar, llevarnos este mínimo en 50, vas a tener más downside. Y lo único que me haría cambiar para hacer esto y dejarlo bastante claro de opinión, ¿ok? Aquí hay varias cosas jugando en la diaria. Tuviste este patrón de tasa y agarradera y explotó a la alza. Esto es lo mismo, ¿ok? Si este movimiento se llega a dar, empieza a haber consolidación aquí arriba, pum, 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 de los 72 y rompe, aquí es tu siguiente lugar a buscar. Y ese objetivo está en los $97. Y es lo que nos une más a donde está viendo lo Farhan irse a los $100. Sobre todo con volatilidad expandiendo. Vamos a esperar a ver cómo cierra el día de hoy. Lo tienes acá. Y por ahora le damos más preferencia a ser alcista que bajista. Aunque buenas oportunidades para agregar a tu posición si es que esta cosa llega a ser esto a tu promedio del 21 y el 9 o esto a esta línea meme en los 54 y rebotar. Nos llevamos los 50 para abajo y vas a ver probablemente los 43. Y para estar mal, nos llevamos los 40 a la baja. Y si nos llevamos los 40 a la baja, vamos a ir a los 18, para que tengan eso en mente. Entonces, Oclo debería de encontrar o el rebote o continuación justamente donde está para después romper los $73 y llevarse toda la alza hasta los 100. Pero estamos mal si nos llevamos este mínimo y tenemos un cierre por debajo de esta línea meme en los 43. Si regresamos a este nivel donde no hay una línea de punteada, ahí es donde esto se empieza a cocinar y va a ser para abajo el movimiento. Que de nuevo, no es el fin del mundo, ¿no? Puede volver a regresar Oclo sin problema alguno, porque va a ser literalmente proveedor de infraestructura futuro, queramos o no. Y es por eso que ha sido tan explosivo en estos movimientos con un casi 20x. Es una Bueno, ahorita está en un 10x, ¿no? De los $6 que estaba, $5, un 10x, nada mal, y ha llegado hasta $73, es el máximo histórico, 73.55, para que lo tengan en mente. Ahí está, Oclo, damas y caballeros. ¿Ahora qué sigue? Now what is ASML, or what are we doing, Alex? Let me see.
XLM. Yeah.
All right.
Now, this is an interesting coin because I remember this actually moves in confluence with XRPP. Actually, if you just look at the 5-day chart, let me go to XRPP real quick.
What chart are you using? What's the
This is
Binance?
the Binance. Yeah,
Got
I
it.
like to use the Binance chart. Where is my XRPP? Oh, here it is. Right. It's just these. Really, you can look at XLM as, in my opinion, more even higher beta than XRP. XRP moves 50%. This will move 60%. So what has occurred? What are we looking at, and what can we really digest from this chart? Well, let's go to the weekly, because the weekly is interesting to me. And we see here the weekly EMA9 is now moving up pretty nicely. I mean, it was pretty low around the 27 cents. It's now all the way up to around 33 cents. This weekly close is important to really gauge, because what we've seen is this has been very solid resistance. And even back here, it was very solid resistance before breaking down. So you're actually in the midst of potentially SR flipping this. You've already hit it, and this has bounced. So in theory, this should just give you somewhat of a bull flag forming. You just want to keep seeing weeklies holding right at that 0.44006. It's going to be very important to see it hold 44 cents, because in doing so, you could get a major move up to the 63-cent mark. 63 cents would be the next objective if we do hold above that 44 cents. And what you're noticing is you're actually getting a pretty nice shift. You've never really once, other than this one time here, held above that 44-cent mark on a weekly close. Here you held above it, you closed above it, you went to a new high, 79 cents. And then here you couldn't hold it, right? Just could not hold the back test. Rejected, breakdown. Rallied up, rejected it, break down. And then you spent quite a long time from that point under all major support that I was watching. For almost 1,000 days, 959 days, it just stayed under here. Terrible. So now you're starting to get some, life in this chart. You break out one candle, you go to the top side of the range, pretty epic. But what you're noticing is, again, you did bounce off support. So this has already shown you this has been support. From that bounce, you did end up bouncing. Let's not forget, this did go 37% up from this 44 cents. It went all the way up to around 60 cents, almost 61, before rejecting. Support didn't hold. This was the really big sign here before we went down almost 30%, that this was going to do that by just losing 44 cents. Rejected, came down. So now that we have perspective in line, this is a major spot for this chart, and there should be no weekly closures under 44 cents. Every single time we've had a weekly close under here, this has led to at least us minimally going to the bottom side of the range, or at least the next meme line, which is right around 30 cents. We can really interpret that as if you start losing 44 cents, you're going to move down to the weekly EMA9. Weekly EMA9 should provide a bounce. If we get back above 44 cents, then we can talk about moving up. So you're really not looking to aggressively scale shorts on this chart. You're not really looking to aggressively scale longs. You need to see what happens in this week. This week is either going to deviate or it's going to hold into next week, will be the third candle. Generally, you do get expansion on the third candle. So really, you're just kind of wait and watch. You're in wait and watch mode, waiting to see if 44 cents holds. And if it continues to hold, it's going to just solidify this being solid support. You need consolidation, though, because even on the daily, you're at the extremes, 97.5% range. The only way this will step up is if you just consolidate or go down. You very easily could go down. Ultimately, bulls are just wanting this. They want the EMA9 on the daily to move up. This will then give us major support from a moving average in confluence to a major meme line support. Again, you saw the daily, my apologies, 9 move all the way up. It front ran it here, but this was just very solid support. This, did front run it by, let's see how much, 1%, 1.8%. But again, this just did lead to a nice 37% move, life-changing money in this simple trade. So, moving forward, watching XLM, I do think it's wise to be gauging the XRP pair as well, because we know that they both move in confluence to each other. We also know XRP is looking quite nice. And the same thing is occurring where you're just holding above what was major resistance being flipped into support. It's, just textbook bullish. So, as long as XLM is going to hold above 44 cents, I'm going to be looking at that as bullish. You're just needing to see this consolidate to really start moving up these ranges. That way you're not at the extreme zones. 2 days there as well. 3 days as well as there. You'll look at this and say, well, we could go up higher. Yeah, no, I'm just looking at this as, we're going to consolidate. These will just start moving up. Exactly what you want. 5 day as well. So you kind of see a point like we're at the extremes. You're kind of asking for a lot being a mega bull here, but it does make sense, right? And that's why you just need consolidation. The most bullish bulls know that. Consolidation trend. This isn't an uptrend. Very easily can get a higher low anywhere around here. Let's say 44 cents gets lost on a weekly. Yeah, you might go in for that weekly higher low. It might be a lot more deeper than what we want. You very easily then could maybe flip this wick high rejection into support. That's lined up nicely with the weekly 9. But I don't want to front run that idea until you actually see a weekly close under 44 cents. That's just been like the easy short each time. And this potentially is in the process of shifting, So I would look maybe for August, early August, if we do start moving up, for this to start breaking out again. That should give, bulls enough time to shed the ranges, the volatility, step the ranges up. Get a 2-week close even above here. Last 2 week, right? You reclaimed it, came down for a retest, didn't hold it. There's a lot of things telling you that this should close above 44 cents on this 2 week. The weekly already doing it is a great sign. But even so, if it did close, you should still be gauging for the 2 week to at least backtest this and then maybe move up. That still puts you at 4 or 5 days, which is consolidation up here. So that's all I have on this chart. We'll look at the Bitcoin pairing now. Want to really be watching that 44 cent region. No need to overcomplicate it. And then now we'll look at the Bitcoin pairing. This is the most important chart. Let's see here. Do I not have? I guess not. I'll chart it here then. God. All right, so we'll go to the 2 week. We'll look at this. Man, terrible chart. Just has spurs of nice upside, and then it just fizzles out. All right, we'll quickly draw some meme lines here, and then we can do one there. Simple. Cool. So you are now potentially within a range, back within this range, but you're at major resistance. You've seen this 2 week EMA 100 be solid resistance this whole way down. And so, right, there's no reason to overcomplicate things on that one. We ideally want essentially this wick high to be flipped into support, get any kind of 2 week close above 389. We'll give you another shot at testing that 2 week EMA 100. If we can actually reclaim this 2 week EMA 100 and actually hold it, then I do think we can have an argument to go all the way up to that 694 region. Monthly is looking good, but again, it's just more in a wait and watch mode. Sure, you can keep green dildoing up, but this is already a 74% candle. Your best bet now is just to start seeing this hold into the monthly. Maybe you get a retest with EMA 34, was solid resistance, flip that into support. And then you can even see you get confluence of that 6/9 level being just where that EMA 100 is. That should reject first tap. You haven't had any kind of data with this. I'd be really gauging this zone as major resistance. But that still is a major range from here. 88%. Definitely tradable. Nice 5-day SMA 200 has moved up directly with the meme line. So really nice to see. Can just give you an easy gauge. You do notice, though, even despite this major green candle, you still couldn't close above resistance. So if, let's say this 5-day doesn't close above that 389 level, I do think there's more of a shot of actually testing that SMA 200, solidifying this range, and maybe then that's when we can start getting volatility here to actually start shedding, and maybe these ranges can actually start moving up. You'll even get the 2-week 9 moving up to around that SMA 200 on the 5-day EMA 9 moving up with that 5-day SMA 200. So no matter how you look at it, this chart is looking prime for a pullback on the Bitcoin pairing, which can give you confluence of maybe then the XLM pairing consolidating. If not, then going sideways and going down a little bit. I do want to see essentially 309 hold. And you can just represent that by the 5-day SMA 200. Should be no reason why this is going to get lost again. You've seen this easily chop around that. So, what we've seen before is breaking out, gone up to the top, like the EMA 9 rejects. It just needs to hold. If you don't hold this SMA 200, it's going to be a cause of concern for me. So I'd be really watching for this to kind of get a pullback. Watch the daily SMA 200. That's lined up with the 5-day SMA 200. That could correlate very easily with, the spot pairing, pulling back, maybe testing 4-4 again. Because that is 5% away still. And then the hopium is that this just holds. But if you did, because this is an altcoin, get a flush out, watch the daily 9. But in theory, you just don't want 4-4 to get lost. Because if that starts getting lost on a daily, you start breaking down, that just has implications for the weekly and the 5-day. And again, each time we've seen this support get lost, it has led to pretty dramatic dumps. This one was 28%. This one was 54%. You just want to be cautious of that. But bullish chart if it holds. And if it can hold, then I do think 63, 62 cents will be next, giving bulls a very nice 43% move. So when you have that big of a move, there's no reason to have FOMO. Let's just watch and see where this closes into the month, see if we get that weekly bull flag, and then maybe we can take a trade up to that zone.
Thank you. I just realized that I was muted. Excellent. Excellent news. Well, it's Wednesday.
Nice.
What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Tesla.
I thought it was Monday. Wow. Jesus. Anyways.
What a beautiful world. Tesla's next.
Perfect.
Ok, damas y caballeros, vamos a ver XLM rápidamente. Pueden ver la potencia que lleva esta cosa. Déjenme lo pongo en una tabla de 2 semanas para que lo veamos. Ahora, muy parecida a la tabla, a la de XRP, definitivamente, aunque, sí, también esto tuvo como un maximillo por acá en julio del 2023, después de haber caído en mayo del 2021, tal cual como XRP. Esto hizo ese máximo, nunca lo volvió a hacer y ahora está, pero XRP ya hizo un máximo acá. Esto todavía no. Yo creo que el siguiente objetivo tranquilamente van a ser estos 64. Una vez que rompamos 64, esto tiene una gran probabilidad de irse a la megaluna. Ahora, no te estoy diciendo que lo va a hacer ahorita, te estoy diciendo cuando lo haga, si es que lo hace. ¿Ok? Esto, si lo rompes acá, se iría a, vamos a ver, se iría hasta acá, al $1.21, más o menos, si es que se llega a dar ese escenario. Lo que quiero que vean es, tenemos estos grandes movimientos, sobre todo esta vela de 2 semanas potente. Tenemos esta bandera alcista, que de nuevo, estos son los banderines alcistas que me gustan, los que van para abajo y después rompen. Es justo lo que les acaba de enseñar en Chipotle. Y además de eso, en la de 2 semanas tienes volatilidad a punto de comenzar, o está comenzando expansión por encima del promedio. Ahora, esto lo que nos dice empezando acá en vez de aquí abajo es que no va a tener tanto camino de expandir, lo que quiere decir que el precio no va a ser empujado tan drásticamente, tan arriba, pero tranquilamente podemos regresar acá o testear estos máximos, que ahí me atrevería a hacer una de estas. Boom, en ese máximo para después llevárnoslo en los 79 centavos. Estamos cotizando en 46 centavos, un punto importante para la tabla, y mientras más nos acercamos verán por qué. Para empezar, voy a poner mi HPDR y que se den cuenta que estamos ya justamente en contra de la resistencia en el 88.3%. De poder romper estos 47 centavos, el cielo es el límite, brother, ¿no? ¿Cuál es el problema? Ahora puedes ver que estás en extremos en la parte alta y recuerda, en el HPDR cómo funciona es, este 88.3% te dice que solamente te quedan menos de 11.7% de probabilidades de dar continuación a la alza tal cual, por lo que un poco de consolidación no le cae mal a nadie. Semanal, 8 de la mañana viene Botín. Estamos por encima del 88.3% y querríamos aguantar los 40 centavos. De poder aguantar los 40 centavos, deberíamos de ir a nuestro siguiente objetivo, que es máximos históricos, básicamente en este 83 centavos. Vamos a ver si lo va a hacer. Diaria. Aquí, este para mí es el mejor punto de vista de esta tabla y la razón es sencilla. Estás ya en extremos, estás llegando al 100%, 100% se alinea con el máximo histórico casi, y ahora estás consolidando. Puedes ver que el 97.5% está justamente funcionando como resistencia por acá, de poder romper 46.66, me parece que es lo que es, 46.49, de poder romper 46.50 a la alza por acá, nos va a dar otro viaje a este máximo en 51. Si podemos romper eso y esta línea meme, 64 sería el siguiente objetivo. Pero esto nos dice que necesitamos consolidación, ¿vale? Con eso dicho, hecho, puesto en el pecho, les quiero enseñar Esto fue la explosión de XLM en noviembre del 2024 y tuvo un 620%, muy parecido a XRP. Estos movimientos son bastante potentes. Ahora, habíamos estado por debajo del S&P 200 desde marzo. Intentamos retomarlo, lo recuperamos. Esto es para mí de las cosas importantes, porque mucha gente esperaría un retroceso hasta acá, en el 38, ¿no? Que es donde está, los 38 centavos, que es donde está el promedio del 9. O tal vez en los 34. Pero para mi sistema, lo que yo uso, yo esperaría el retroceso hasta acá. Y me va a decir, ¿pero cómo? No sé, va a ser altos, más bajos. No, para nada. Pero para nada. O sea, brother, para nada. Póntelo acá, jalo para acá, ve esto. Está haciendo altos, bajos más altos, y probablemente continúes. Este sería un bajo mucho más alto. Depende de cómo lo quieras ver. Yo sí lo vería así. Donde el problema de esto son las invalidaciones en este tipo de tablas. Porque ahorita, vamos a ver qué tan arriba está el tope de esta vela. 10% solamente en este movimiento. Y ahora, si vas a agarrar el promedio, el 9, la entrada, tu invalidación, ¿dónde está? Hasta acá abajo. Es 8%. O sea, instantáneamente hay demasiados problemas. Lo que idealmente nos gustaría ver, si somos alcistas en XLM y alcistas potentes, es que esto por varios días cierre acá, en este nivel. Este nivel. Esto va a hacer que todos los niveles del HPDR suban y de ahí pueda irse a este y de aquí pueda irse acá. Eso sería lo ideal. Tenemos una vela de indecisión y no hay más por acá que nos dé una buena pista de lo que estamos viendo. Así que siguiente objetivo van a ser este doble techo en el pecho, que es probablemente donde vamos a ver esta consolidación. Y recuerda, las consolidaciones alcistas van para abajo, las más alcistas. Y esto es más o menos el resultado de una, y estamos en extremos en volatilidad. Ahora, estamos mal si nos llevamos estos mínimos acá en los 21 centavos. El problema es la invalidación está muy lejos para todo, para ser alcista y bajista. No en spot, pero sí con cualquier tipo de leverage, un 10% con un 10X es 100% de tu pérdida. Para que tengas una idea, eso solamente es un movimiento al tope si estás haciendo un corto o al promedio del 9 si estás haciendo un long. Así que atentos por acá. Vamos a la que sigue. Chingada madre. Era ASML. Pero esta vez sí lo cambié. Déjame cambio mi ticker de una vez. Deme un segundito.
ASML. Kind of sounds like the first thing I thought of when you said that was ASMR. I was like, oh, is there a stock for videos with sounds?
Yeah. Is there a stock for getting creepy guys boners on the internet? Yeah, probably.
Probably, actually.
What a
That's what
fucking
ASMR is.
bounce on Bitcoin.
What a bounce.
What a bounce. It was so easy. All you had to do was play that 8-hour 5 EMA. It's all you had to do. Very simple.
It's because I'm going to fire Powell and everyone will know the US dollar is going to zero.
It's a worthless piece of garbage, you know. It's a green piece of paper. It's a piece of paper.
By the way, at what point do people go like, what's going on, guys? Why are you telling me that Trump is going to fire Powell? And then 5 minutes later, you all report that he's not. At some point, people have to realize that these people are fooling them and playing them like idiots. No,
nah, never.
Or they're just going to continue like, oh, these people are flip-flopping. Like, what's going on?
It's because everyone likes to think of themselves as a genius. Everyone's smart. So that can't be the case. They're the smart ones.
There's no way they're getting played, right? There's no way.
Not at all.
Nah, it's impossible. You're right. They're very smart.
Very smart. So right now on the quarterly, momentum is currently pointed to the downside. I wouldn't consider that a dead signal just yet because we are making lower lows on the quarterly on a closing basis, with momentum making higher lows, giving you a possible bullish divergence. And plus, on top of that, you've on this last quarterly close, you took out this last lower high. Plus, you've closed back over and retook your major EMAs. You've closed back over the 9 and the 5 EMA. So right now, you are finding support right at that 9 EMA. You got a little bit below it, but it's resting right at that 9 EMA. And as long as it does hold this 9 EMA, odds are, and ideally, I'd like to see it close over the 50%. But as long as it holds the 9 EMA, odds probabilities are that at the very least you're going to get a test of this 38.2%. Doesn't tell you if you're going to break it, but you're just very likely to test this area. If you can start to break this area and close above this area, especially over this high here, that's when you're going to go to the top 38.2%, and that's where you're going to be hitting new all-time highs. And that's sitting somewhere around that $1,258 zone. And the area to close over for that would be somewhere around like $873.65. Let's say $874. And that gives you a move up of like 40%. That's pretty good. Your stop loss would be at that point this wick low. It's about 32%, so it's not the best risk to reward. Where does this like to top out? 78.6 to 88.3. So let's take it higher for than the 38.2%. So at that point, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good risk to reward. That's more than 2 to 1. But you'd have to do this with no leverage. There's currently a sell signal on the jewel, but very close to forming some hidden bullish divergence on the jewel. Monthly is currently flipped to the upside on momentum. Currently rejecting or right around the reset zone, but it's still over the moving average. With volatility is now approaching extreme lows, sitting at extreme lows at 14%. Just needs to get back over the moving average, and then we can get our next busting action. Right now, the jewel is giving you a buy signal. Hasn't confirmed just yet, but it does look like it will confirm as long as you close above about $732. And as long as you hold this cluster of EMAs, very likely you're going to get another test of the median, depending on where the median is at. If it stays up here, then you'll get another move up. If it moves down, that's going to be very bullish and telling you that we're likely going to go to the 38.2%. Depends on where that median goes. 2 week is also still positioned to the upside, currently projecting the bullish control zone, with volatility just about to go into a contraction phase.
Right now, we want to see it hold this cluster of EMAs. There was a silver cross to the downside, and then it's silver cross to the upside. So right now we are just resting on that cross. If we can hold this cross, then we should see a bounce from this zone here. Start to lose this cross, then you're going to come back down, tap this median. It's still could have a bullish resolution at this point, but it's gonna be a lot more weakened of a setup. You will also have kind of a Quasimodo inverse head and shoulders at that point too. You would have your shoulder right here, your head, and that'd be another shoulder. Weekly also positioned to the downside on momentum. Volatility is now at 9% at extreme lows. There's also kind of a bastardized inverse head and shoulders forming on this on the weekly as well. You are below the median. Median's at $750. So as long as you close below the median, you would likely go towards that bottom 38.2%. Lines up with that 200 SMA, right at about $700 to $709. And let's go to the jewel is currently losing the buy signal, now going on to a neutral signal. Let's go to the 5-day. 5-day is currently pointed to the downside, very right below a little bit below the reset zone, approaching the bearish control zone, with the volatility now close to getting into expansion phase, but it's still below the moving average. 5-day is also losing the buy signal on the jewel. Somewhere around that low $700 zone is where the bulls are going to have to step in, or this is going to get a massive dump ski. 2-day as well, pointing to the downside, making its way into the bearish control zone. Volatility is now expanding from 0%. And the jewel went straight from the buy signal to the sell signal. That's quite bearish. While this thing gapped massively to the downside. Daily also flipped to the downside. Volatility is expanding. Daily is now losing the buy signal on the jewel. From here, as long as we're bouncing from this 100 EMA at $747, we likely will see a bounce into this 38.2%, around 768, but that likely will just be a bearish retest as long as we're closing below there. 4 hours well pointed strongly to the downside, getting a little extreme. Volatility is also getting a little extreme, from very likely a bounce from this zone here or very close to it. And hourly is now at 100% volatility and momentum, lining up with a local bottom at this area, at the very least local bottom. Now you have a fresh silver cross to the downside, so that bounce will likely take you somewhere up to this 9 EMA and this 97.5%, right around that $760 to $770 zone, which lined, I believe it lined up with that 38.2%. Yeah, right around that level. 2 hours also about to freshly silver cross to the downside. Hourly jewel, ooh, that is bearish as far. So, okay, now we will go into momentum. Monthly is positioned freshly to the upside with a jump of life, and it is going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over $662.87. And monthly is now in a fresh uptrend by taking out these previous lower highs, and now it's resting on this cluster of EMAs after closing above it. This kind of does look like the prime opportunity zone for me for a long-term position, more of like a 1 to 2 year time horizon type of position, because as long as it holds this area, you likely will see a test somewhere in that $1,000 zone, and that is a significant move up from where we are right now. That's like a 20 to 30% move to the upside. And last time we saw one of these derps of life with the momentum flipping up from this area here, we saw a move up of from open to wick high of about 82%. So 30% up from here is not that crazy, considering we have the same exact setup. 2 week is now getting volatility expansion from 2 periods of 0%, sitting at 9.5%. And we have a fresh silver cross to the upside on the 2 week. We have a retest of that silver cross right now, and momentum is still pointed up as long as we're closing over $720.50. Weekly is currently flipped to the downside with volatility contraction, and it is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $795.56. 5 days also positioned to the downside with volatility contraction, and it will be pointed down below $806. 2 days also pointed to the downside with derp of death and volatility expansion, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below $807.40. Daily is now getting volatility expansion from 2 periods of 0%, and it is going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below $801.66. And 4 hours now getting volatility expansion from many periods of 0%, and is going to be pointed down with the derp of death as long as you're closing below why is it doing that? $801 and let's say $802. Right now on the high time frames, this thing is quite bullish. The monthly has now flipped the trend into an uptrend, and we have a higher high now after taking out the previous lower high, and we should be looking for a higher low. The monthly is now flipping up more freshly on momentum, putting in a derp of life, and we're going to be pointed up as long as you're above $663. On the low time frames, it is looking slightly bearish with momentum flipping down and volatility extending for many periods of 0%. So I would expect to move from here down to somewhere around the low $700 zone, somewhere between 700 to maybe like 710, 715. I do expect anywhere from here, that low $700 zone to be the next macro bottom based off of the monthly trend, monthly momentum, and monthly divergences. And from here, my first target would be somewhere around that $800 zone, 800 to 805, which is our momentum pivots on the low time frames. Probably somewhat of a stop and consolidation zone there. Very likely not all that much, so maybe a slight rejection, and then very likely it's going to push through there. And overall, I'm looking for this thing to go around somewhere close to $900 to $1,000. And the invalidation on all of this is either getting a tick below about $578 or getting a weekly close below about 722. If either one of these two things happens, then actually, to be safe, I'd use 675 on a weekly close. And either one of those two things happens, it's likely you're going to roll over and probably dump pretty hard, probably going to revisit these lows somewhere around the 400s. But I'm more on the side this is probably going to break out towards somewhere around $900 to $1,000.
No, very nice indeed. Sorry. Been sitting here for way too long, boys. I've been sitting here for way too long. Okay, let's get it. You're doing MPW, and then Alex is doing Tesla, MPW, and then everyone can do BBC at their house.
Beautiful.
This is beautiful.
It stands for my penis wins. It wins.
It wins, you said?
Yeah, my penis wins. MPW.
Oh, MPW. Oh, my penis.
It's true.
God,
it's winning.
It is. God, we're so fucking retarded. Jesus Christ.
It's winning bigly.
Oh, thank you, sir. Okay. Estamos viendo ASML, una empresa de microchips, damas y caballeros. Y pueden ver que esto, pues como todas las empresas de microchips, duraron un chingo aquí abajo y después por fin rompieron a la alza y están a todo. Esto empezó cotizando en $4 y ahorita está en 745 con un máximo histórico en 1100. Quien hubiera comprado el principio de esto y solamente poner tantito dinero hubiera hecho una fortuna en esto. Potente, potente, potente. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos viendo además de esa tendencia alcista en la trimestral? Pues continúa, ¿no? No hay más. Después de hacer mínimos, haces máximos, después de máximos haces mínimos más altos, después haces altos más altos y luego haces bajos más altos. Y es lo que estamos esperando que aguante en realidad, es lo que parece. Aunque en la trimestral estamos viendo que estamos debajo del promedio del 9 en los 785, definitivamente nos gustaría ver esto por encima de, pero todavía faltan 2 meses y 15 días para poder ver este cierre y volatilidad está contrayendo después de esta expansión que literalmente fue esta bajada. Entonces esta contracción nos podría llevar a hacer un reseteo de la misma. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual también tiene volatilidad contrayendo, pero acá sí estamos arriba del promedio del 9, aunque por debajo del promedio del 21. Esto ¿cómo se llama? En la mensual, junto con esta postura pum, 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 alcista, nos hace pensar que muy probablemente esta zona vaya a aguantar. El peor escenario debería estar acá más o menos. Entonces voy a poner esta línea para que lo puedas ver. te llevas básicamente esto en cierres semanales y probablemente vas a empezar a caer más. Y eso te podría llevar hasta los 500 o los $400. Pero aguantando donde estamos acá, continuamos en postura alcista. Vamos a ponerlo en el HBR para poder entender un poco más el contexto. ¿Por qué? La media es lo que nos está rechazando por ahora, pero siempre y cuando el promedio del 9 nos aguante en los 715, eso nos debería de catapultar a la parte alta de la zona azul, en los 890. Muy probablemente aquí es donde veamos un poco de consolidación de lo que estamos literalmente enseñando en esta tabla. Pero de perder los 715, vas a tener más downside a esta línea meme en los 661 con el promedio del 55 también. Y también puede que lo hagas hasta acá con esta línea meme de lado. Así que importante tenerlo en mente. 2 semanas nos está dando periodos de nula volatilidad. Nuestra volatilidad no va a empezar a contar en expansión hasta que pasemos de acá. Y una vez que, espérame, me caga poner esas líneas de volatilidad así. Ok, una vez que veamos volatilidad expandir, y sobre todo después de periodos de nula volatilidad, ¿cuándo fue la última vez que tuvimos nula volatilidad? En el 2015. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó con esto? Vamos a poner una de estas líneas. Vamos a ver qué exactamente pasó. Déjenme quito el HBR para poder enseñar. Oigan, que lo vean más de cerca. Ok, vamos a ver qué fue exactamente lo que pasó ante esta expansión de volatilidad que acabó acá. No, en realidad acá. Una caída después de nula volatilidad, tanto pedo para nada. O sea, brother, fue un movimiento para abajo. Vamos a ver qué tan fuerte desde donde abrió la vela. 21%. Estoy tan sorprendido de estos movimientos, honestamente. Pero ahí andamos. En mi opinión, es la forma más sencilla de verlo. Además, que honestamente, por acá, ¿dónde es donde estaba? Esto es como un S&P a la alza. Ahora, ¿lo es o no? Yo creo que no. Yo creo que esto simplemente tenemos que retomar los 800. Una vez que retomes los 891, vas a crear nuevos máximos históricos, sin lugar a dudas. Semanal también tiene volatilidad contrayendo, lo pueden ver aquí abajo. Había tenido una expansión y esta expansión de volatilidad dio este movimiento a la alza. Ese movimiento a la alza fue ¿de cuánto? 42%, nada mal, honestamente. Y ahorita estamos justamente acá, por debajo del promedio del 9, pero el 21 nos está aguantando. Ahora, el S&P 200 debería de ser la última parada. Nos encantaría ver esto simplemente venir acá y acá justamente explotar a la alza. ¿Por qué? Porque una vez más, esto fue un S&P, ahora lo rompiste, pero cuando lo rompiste, nunca regresaste y aparte tienes este gap que podría ser trampa. Así que poner atención, podría que aquí sea donde encuentre ese fondo, ese suelo, y vaya a ir a buscar este nivel de los 800 y cacho dólares. Denle 30 minutos a este pedo para que cargue todo. ¿Qué está pasando? Son muchos datos. Un segundito. Aquí encontré otra paralela, ¿eh? Justamente en donde está el S&P 200, en los 700 dólares. Es donde a cerrar este gap podría ser donde encontremos esa caída. ¿Qué vergas está pasando? Sí pueden ver mi pantalla, ¿no? Sí, lo estoy viendo acá. Ahí está. No, ¿por qué me llevas a la de Bitcoin? Ve la pinche vela culera de Bitcoin. Despedimos a Pagos, no lo despedimos. Qué divertido. Felicidades a todo el mundo participando en eso y muriendo de curiosidad. Oye, ¿qué es lo que está pasando? Es que sí es una pelea de verdad y definitivamente no nos están haciendo pendejos a todos diciéndonos una cosa y a los 5 minutos otra. No, eso no es posible. Por acá nos gustaría que aguante literalmente esto. En la semanal es la vista que quieres tener. Quieres ver este S&P 200 aguantar en los 708. Nosotros pensamos que esto aguantando debería darnos la más alta probabilidad de hacer esto e ir a buscar nuevos máximos históricos o mínimo esos $1,000 por ahora. ¿Por qué? Porque ASLM viene de hacer, una vez más, puesto bastante sencillo, altos, un bajo más alto, altos más altos, bajo más alto, y que sigue después de un bajo más alto, un alto más alto. Es lo que estaríamos esperando. Ahora, estamos equivocados simplemente si llegas a empezar a cerrar por debajo de esta línea meme en los 663 cierres semanales. Ahí olvídalo, estamos mal y esto va a ir a $400. 400 sería una muy buena oportunidad, pero por ahora esto tiene cara de buena oportunidad, sobre todo si estás simplemente agregando a una posición. Eh, no está tan complejo, brother, ¿no? Entonces, ahí está ASML, damas y caballeros. Vamos a Tesla. Vamos a ver qué está haciendo ese nazi de Elon Musk. Ya, bueno, ya no le decimos así porque la tele no nos dice que le digamos así.
All right, let's check out Tessie girl.
Let's see what she's up to.
Yeah, that's what she's up to. Let's take a look here. Okay, cool. So yesterday we got that follow through of the SMA 200. You know, you actually did hold it here, but you did lose the median. This is significant. And also you kind of put in like a doji top here. See, the point being is you're not getting strength off the SMA 200, but rather potential chop. Now we want to be gauging today's close because it's just the same exact thing we've been talking about since we lost it over here in June. It's simply this. We want to watch this to see if it's going to hold. If it holds the support, there should be absolutely no reason why bulls lose this on any daily closure. This should at minimum take you up to around that $325, like 50-cent region. When you start reclaiming back above this $325 mark, that'll be a really good sign that this potentially solidified some local bottom, putting us back within this range where, you know, the next support is for me $372. So you're dealing with big numbers. You have volatility supporting it. You had expansion here, really in this zone, but this just led to chop. We then started to move up. This started to reset. Now we have BBWP fully reset again. So big trades will come off this SMA 200. For me, you're now watching this wick high. You don't want this wick high to get taken out if you are a bear, and you're looking to add to your shorts here, gauging that the daily is going to give you a wick rejection, essentially falling under the SMA 200. And that will be, you know, kind of shown here. You're right at the spot where this was on the verge of breaking down. You have a shooting star here. So stop loss at $322. This wick high makes sense to use as a stop loss, which is exactly what I was saying here. If you start taking out this high, you're most likely going to start pushing up to that $325. All eyes on the reclaim or rejection there. So Tesla's looking okay. It bounced where it needed to bounce. The daily EMA 100 did hold. That was the spot that we needed to get lost to get the deeper pullback to 300. But it's still not looking convincing to me, and you're still finding rejection around that zone. So we need to start seeing a green dildo party happen soon. Essentially, getting back with 325, making your move around that 360, 370. Not really convincing yet. This volatility isn't expanding. You're not really seeing anything fun happen. Rather, more you're just getting locked in shop. Right at resistance. This 5 day is an interesting view though, because you do see you are potentially going to reclaim the 5-day EMA 9. Getting back with 325, I like this view on the 5-day because it really does show how important 325 is. You reclaimed it here. Yes, you had chop, but never lost it, leading to a nice breakout on Tesla. Here you lost it, and that just gave you a massive red candle down. Okay, cool. So, you reclaimed it, you moved up, you hit 370s, you came down, you couldn't hold it, and then you broke down. And that's why now we just really do want to be gauging that 325 as resistance. Because yes, you are above all major moving averages currently, but this was a massive evening start. You did get follow through, and this was now resistance shown here on this 5-day candle. So this is still resistance until proven otherwise. You very easily could just end up rejecting this. Tesla's very volatile, rejecting and then moving down, solidifying more of this range. Still would be fine. Volatility is still in contracting. Nothing's really telling you that you need to make immediate, you need to get an immediate breakout or breakdown here. That'll mainly come if you get this. Then I'll be more itching to long, because this, as we've shown before, once we get above that, you do just generally move up and go towards that 370. Here, I mean, just lots of chop, but once you did break out, you went up a little higher and then just, again, rejected, came down. Let's look at the macro trend, because that's often really good when, things aren't clear on like the daily. Let's delete the Picasso drawing. Let's get the LGBTQ chart off. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure you're missing more letters on that.
Oh, always missing more letters on it. I don't even think
I feel like they're adding every single day. There's like a new one.
Yeah, every day.
Yeah.
No. But that's what people will say on Twitter. I hate posting. I love posting the HBDR because I hate the comments with it. You always get a comment about that. Oh, the LGBTQ chart, or I can't even see what's going on. You just don't know. You just don't know about the chart. But here we did it. We did see a price divergence. That was the hopium when we came down on that weekly low. It did bounce. You got back above the 34. Weekly is looking strong. The issue was it all stopped here when this low took out the last higher low. Bulls are going to call this, just like a nice price divergence. We have that represented, but you then should have bounced up and taken out this wick high. Because what this put this in is lower high posturing, and now you're just kind of within that gray zone where it could go in for another lower high. Overall trend is down. We're at resistance. You get that lower low once you actually take out this low here. Yeah. This will be your sign that you're breaking down though, and that's just represented by this channel. You start taking out this low, it'll look something like this. Then you can start getting aggressive on shorts, targeting down to 300. So for me, the weekly trend is down, and that is still freshly shifted down. You are now potentially going to try to break out. That's why it's going to be really important to get back above 325, because then the implication will be, well, yeah, 370s, and then this will trend shift. But even so, you could just get more meme with it, put in a line here. I could delete the 325, and you can just say, well, yeah, you're just within this channel with volatility supporting that idea. Often when you get volatility, BBWP reset, you do start forming these channels. It's just telling you if this is going to be true, early August, you'll get some kind of big move. That is already what we saw even with like the cryptos we were looking at. Seems like market is primed for some kind of major move in August. But that doesn't mean you still can't chop around. So for me, you're kind of gauging this high. This was an evening star. You got follow through. Like what I mentioned here on the daily, you should be watching this high to be taken out. The daily SMA 200 is the place to really start looking for a long idea. But you need this to get reclaimed, not chop, but like 2 to 3 candle closures above it, holding solidly above it, and preferably even expanding. You should always start seeing bullish momentum off an SMA 200. When you're not really getting that, like here, it's just not really bouncing hard and breaking above 325, 300. This was the next zone. Yeah, you broke down here. So you kind of need bulls to step in. The argument will be that they are doing that now. If the daily closes above the SMA 200, you need to see that be held as support. You preferably want to start making a move up to around that 350 to 358. Breaking this high will be a really big indication to me that we're going to break out. 371 will be next. And then can we go higher on Tesla? Well, definitely. We absolutely can. But, until we actually break this range, it's just going to be kind of muted. All moves up are going to be muted first by 370. That's represented more closely by that weekly median. And then here you see, 38.2% sitting right at, 397, close to $400. But then you have major resistance right at 414. So you kind of just need first to get above 325, hold that, reclaim 371. Once you actually reclaim 371, very well could open up a new range here. But this would be looked at as bullish, and then I'd be gauging a new all-time high on Tesla. So, this region here is very important. You always need to see this get flipped into support. but you can't really start talking about that as long as you're under 325. So I'll go back here real quick, like that. So let's watch very carefully on Tesla, because I do think a move is coming. I mean, that is represented on the daily. Potentially could see that end of this month, early July. But again, you're just, you did hold the monthly 9 into the year, opened below it, you went down, but if you could just hold this region, I do think Tesla can move up. I am bullish on Tesla, but it's just in a concerning posture. It's just in a concerning range where we've seen previous major moves down, and with this weekly trend, still shifted down, and I'm not convinced yet. So, now let's check real quick here. And this kind of can be a good way to end it. So 325 is a major zone. We know this, but this is also represented by this weekly breakdown that still is occurring. You lost the 38.2%. You did end up breaking down pretty nicely. You went down like, 8.9%. You then bounced. That bounce has gotten everyone bullish. No one's really talking about the weekly downtrend. Volatility's reset. And all this really has done is put in a bearish retest. Just if you trade solely off the HBDR. So that's why you just really not want to get too bullish here, not want to front run anything. Watch what you know, which is going to start on the daily SMA 200 holding, and then us getting back above 325, preferably on a weekly. If that occurs, then great. We can then be bullish. We can play the SMA 200 longs, and we can target up here, very minimally the median. I bet you this does move up more and then solidifies 370 being resistance. It's not really, again, though, until you take out this wick high where this evening star will be invalidated. Never even invalidated this last one, just formed another one. You got follow through. So Bull's objective now is to really take out this high. Taking out that high will then put this back in an uptrend. You probably find some resistance around 370, but that's then where I want to gauge a higher low to maybe long up to a new all-time high on Tesla. But it's still going to take time. Like, this is still going to take time. So if you're a mega bull, it's just, you need to keep that in check because the chart's still telling you to be cautious. Now with the weekly volatility reset, this breakdown really can start getting aggressive. And we've seen this before. You here lost right now. You lost at 38.2%. You rallied up. This rejection didn't, I guess it did. And then, again, you had volatility reset almost, not even fully. That did start to expand, and that led Tesla down 45%. Terrible. Let's see another one. This is a better example. You had BBWP reset on the weekly here. You had lost the 38.2% very clearly. This SMA 200 also got lost. That just gave you another easy gauge, but we're watching every time we lost the 38.2%, then put in a bearish retest. This led us down from expansion, right? 28%. This then ended up resetting volatility from this bearish retest, though, up until, because you reclaimed it here. So yeah, that did lead you down 21%. Conservative. This one was a failure. You didn't really put in the bearish retest until here. Then it just reclaimed it. Then you pop back up. I'll give you another one. This is on the flip side, right? So it doesn't always have to be bearish. You had BBWP reset. You then broke out from the blue zone right here. So you opened above. You could technically, let's just see. So yeah, it actually did it here. So we'll take it from this one. And mind you, volatility already expanded from here. You still, went up about 8% when it did expand. But again, the weekly 38.2% is very strong. So then here you opened above, you tested it, you went up 57%. So no matter how you look at it, these are just always going to give you big moves each and every time. And that's why I just want it to be just more sobering to see kind of where we're at. you are literally testing that. Technically, you should be gauging this as a short zone. So, you know, it doesn't mean that that won't get reclaimed. It still has 2 days, and that's why I'll still stress the trade. The easy trade will come from the SMA 200 either rejecting or getting reclaimed. If it does get reclaimed, awesome. Let's see if it actually holds. That holds, great. 325 with ease should hold, get reclaimed. There we can do some longing and start targeting up to here, this high. You just don't want to front run that idea because all of crypto Twitter is bullish on Tesla. This could just easily reject today, turns into a really nasty candle. Then we can pop another short, target around 300. It's not really until you lose 300 where this will break down. And this next objective will be 260. If you don't hold 260, yeah, Tesla easily at that. I do think 260 will hold, but if it doesn't, then yeah, nothing but air until like 215. And you could even make an argument that we might just go and hit 200. So let's actually see the weekly. So yeah, 100%. That obviously could shift. Yeah, it's like 200. That should hold, ideally. That was support here. But that still is a pretty meaty move from where we're at. 38% drop. And then let's say that doesn't hold. Let's just, get real bearish with it. Well, we know the monthly EMA 100's there. So we can just easily play what we know, which is, okay, cool. Let's see the monthly 9 gets lost, which granted we are above it. We'd then be gauging for a move up to the 21. That is at 281. So again, lines up kind of nice with that low here. Monthly 34 is right at 262. So right up against the mean line here. If you lose this zone, you will get technically, per the EMAs, a move up down to the EMA 100 that is at 183 currently. I mean, that then would hit this meme line again. This would be the third test of it. The hopium is that bottoms you out, but maybe it doesn't hold. And if that EMA 100 gets lost, then yeah, Tesla's absolutely cooked. I think it's going to go back down to around $100. Have we ever lost this since we got back above?
That meme line? No. Or what do you mean? What?
Monthly EMA 100. I don't think we've ever lost it, actually. Yeah.
We've dipped below, but not lost it.
Yeah, we did dip below it, 100%. Nice 15% move below it. But yeah, didn't lose it. Didn't lose it here. Now, this is lined up really nice with this meme line we have. And all this is showing you is just higher lows. That's the idea behind it. Just each major low, which turned into a higher low. Now we can go more macro to show that, right? Boom, boom. So it's like you just need this zone to hold. That's also represented by the quarterly EMA 34. So you can just see, like, it's not totally out of pocket to say if you lose that 185, 184, you will get an aggressive move down to $100. I don't think that's out of pocket, specifically when we've just all seen that the EMA 100's never gotten lost. That would mean you're under all major moving averages, and even the quarterly here would be under the 34. The 2-month, let's see, that would have already been cooked. Oh, look at that. The 6-month 21 there is right there too. And again, that has held the extremity lows. I'll take this chart off so we all can see that. Extremity low, bottomed. Extremity low, front ran. But still, if you would have just been gauging that, you still could have been able to scale. You're only like 4% away. Even here. That would just be, yeah, absolutely detrimental. And that's what these, big gaps, like when you get big bullish moves, it's awesome, it's great, but that does just leave massive inefficiencies, like big gaps. And people see, well, this 100 to like 25, that is technically what I see. And you can't act like it didn't do that to the upside. Once you broke that, you literally went straight up 900% in a year. So, you just have a lot of money with Tesla. You have a lot of support. Boomers like Tesla. Sometimes it always, it depends who you ask, I guess. But
It depends on what the news is telling them to do.
That too, yeah. That's why it's sometimes
Yeah.
really good. Sometimes boomers like
Because
them, but
out of nowhere, I don't know if you've noticed this, but the Nazi inside of Elon Musk just left. Out of nowhere. It's
Totally.
crazy. Crazy. So we just got to wait orders from the TV to tell us what he is again, or when he's
Yeah,
a Nazi
exactly.
again. So we
when
can
he's a
get
Nazi
pissed at him.
again.
Yeah, it's important.
So, and then again, the yearly chart, let's just check where that 5 is. Right there, right in this range. You see here the 9's at 200. You've already bounced. So, I'll even say there is no reason why this low should get taken out. If this yearly low gets taken out, it's cooked. This is a cooked chart.
I hope it is, and I got in there, so I really hope he takes it down. I want to put more money.
Like, this was very obvious, but like nothing. Like, it's okay, but we have 5 months. And with everything else, like, that's just why I do believe if you end up coming back down to here, I do think this is going to just break down. We're going to see prices we haven't seen in a very long time. And I guarantee you, if it does this, no one's going to buy Tesla. Everyone's going to be, it's done. They're even going to start talking about probably kicking Elon out.
They do every time. When he got to 140, when he got to 100, I was doing a live with a friend of mine, and some other guy that joined his live afterwards was like, I want to talk to your friend Alejandro because he thinks Tesla's going to go up. Let me tell you something. It's about to go to $20 per share. I was like, well, this is a good time to buy. Yeah.
I wonder if he's short.
People are so fucking retarded. I have no
If it's
idea.
going down to $20, you can get massively rich shorting it.
I just don't understand why those people don't do it, and instead they go and tell their incredible opinion. Like, if you don't stand behind your words, with all due respect to whoever doesn't do it, you're a fag.
No one does that, though. No one
fag.
You have absolutely no place to say anything to someone who's actually putting their money at risk.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy that happens. And that's all crypto Twitter is, just people that have opinions that don't actually put money where their mouth is. It's annoying.
I know.
If you really have conviction, then you should put money where
Yes, my favorite response is, if you can't even seem to convince yourself, how are you going to convince me? Why are you trying to convince me? If you convince yourself, you take the trade. But
they do every day.
So, like, I'll be looking at this. If this does occur and everyone's just bearish on Tesla, I don't think we're going to go here. That's crazy. But I do think we can go back to 100. I do think that this low could hold. And I do think that right around like 110, 112, in a worst case scenario, this would be a beautiful trade to take. Because I promise you, if Tesla does at this point come down in like a year, 2 years, 64%, no one's going to touch it anymore. And they will do what Alejandro is saying. They're probably going to try to kick Elon off. That's probably going to be a bottom. So we'll see, obviously. But, when you're dealing with numbers like that, you just want to be very cautious because it really could start off this weekly. And the weekly is a concern for me. It very easily can shift bullish. Perfectly fine, but just let the chart convince you at least that it's going to be bullish. No need to front run it. There's no need to be, crazily bullish here. You just simply can wait. If you start reclaiming the SMA 200, getting back above 325, great. We can all long Tesla and have a target to this 355 and maybe 370s. Get back above 370s. You already were long here. It just kind of confirms what you were already saying or knowing and trading, which was this was the bottom. But until that does occur, I'm going to be looking and watching this daily to reject before the day ends, honestly. And if it doesn't, I'm going to be looking at this to either give us more chop, very easily could do that, or it just holds. And if it holds and the academy can go long, I'll be watching for this and we can easily take along like that on this trigger here. Because that still puts us at very good, risk to reward. You easily can catch a 9%. You can have your stop at like 311. Very simple. So that's all I have on Tesla. But I hopefully that kind of, sobers people up because we are still in a weekly breakdown. Trend has shifted for me. And now we finally have volatility reset. So a major move is coming on Tesla.
Major. Thank you. I'll be quick so that Farhan can get it in. That's what she said. All
Is it in
right.
yet?
No, not yet, sir. Just 1 second, please. Vamos a ver Tesla rápido, pero en putiza, damas y caballeros. Podemos ver, mensual estamos por debajo del promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 está debajo de mi línea meme en los 330. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que estamos en postura bajista. Le damos más preferencia a esa postura, pero el rango, estás hablando de $10 en una acción de 320, lo que puede cambiar o sea, en cualquier momento. Todavía falta la mitad de todo el mes para poder cerrar esta vela. Viendo la trimestral, estamos arriba del promedio del 9, lo que nos debería decir que tal vez sí lo vaya a recuperar la mensual. El promedio del 9 está en los 270. Es por eso que es tan importante esta línea y esta línea, honestamente. 2 semanas. 2 semanas, 8 de la mañana, continuamos por acá, tenemos volatilidad contrayendo en lo que estamos justamente por acá, retomando el promedio del 9, el 21 y el 34. ¿Qué nos gustaría ver? Cerrar por encima esta línea meme, tío. ¿Por qué? Porque eso haría que el 9 subiera por encima del 21, que están literalmente a centavos, y eso indicaría fuerza en la de 2 semanas, con volatilidad contrayendo. Semanal. Este es un juego de rangos muy estúpido que está jugando Tesla, por cierto. Entiendo a toda la gente que esté frustrada con este trade. ¿Por qué? Porque en la semanal, tíos, tienes volatilidad entrando en la fase donde nos está preparando un setup de los potentes. Más allá de eso, tienes el promedio del 9 justamente rechazándote acá. Yo creo que es muy fácil, honestamente. Si puedes aguantar, tío, si puedes, pibe, si puedes romper los 325 a la alza en velas diarias, se va a empezar a ver muy bien la cosa. Pero mientras que no, esto podría ser simplemente un retesteo del promedio del 9 después de haberlo perdido, ¿no? Vienes, lo ganas, bien, qué chido, vela topera, instantáneamente te da el follow through, luego te da, no, pero sí estamos de vuelta aquí arriba y te da te da 1, 2, 3 cierres por encima del promedio del 9 y luego 1, 2 y este sería el tercero que cierren 2 días y 3 horas abajo. Y este juego pendejo que está haciendo, porque pueden ver lo que es literalmente un jueguito estúpido, se llama capitulación de tiempo. Va a sacar a la gente alcista y bajista simplemente yéndose de lado sin cambiar de precio por un rato. Es básicamente lo que hace todo el mercado en todos. Por eso cuando Bitcoin llega a un máximo histórico se queda ahí no sé cuántos putos años, ¿no? Para que todo el mundo se aburra. Bueno, no en los máximos históricos, pero entienden el punto, tío. Entienden el punto, pibes. Ok. Y en la de harina, la diaria, en el 30 minutos este pedo que todo el mundo está en Trading View. Y acá tienes un setup de volatilidad también preparando. Nos había dado este setup de volatilidad que nos llevó hasta acá arriba, pero instantáneamente se volvió a dipear. Así que estamos esperando ante la semanal y también la diaria para que nos dé ese setup de volatilidad. Diaria, 320. Bien, qué chingón. Voy a poner el HPDR para corroborar un poco lo que les decía. Puedes llevarte los 320, eran 25 lo que habíamos dicho. Te puedes llevar los 325, 330 es lo que sigue. Y arriba de 330 empieza a tener probabilidades de continuar a la alza. Ahora, la primera zona a perder son los 308. Pierdes los 308, vas a 300. Pierdes los 300, vas a 269. Y pierdes 269 y el escenario se pone todavía aún más loco. No quieres platicar de eso aún. Yo vería simplemente mi tabla semanal y lo que quiero ver en mi tabla semanal es un cierre, denle 30 minutos a esto para que se cargue, es un cierre por encima de este promedio del 9. Eso es lo que quiero ver. Y en mi mensual quiero también ver mi promedio del 9 en los 330 ser retomado. Así que alcista solamente por encima del 334, bajistas abajo de 308. Más fácil no puede ser. Más fácil no puede ser, damas y caballeros. Dámela, tío. All right, what's next? BPLEMGZ? No, MPW.
MPW. My penis wins.
Oh, your penis wins, sir. That's absolutely.
The
What a
number one
classic
winner.
company. I wonder what type of products they sell.
I don't know. Maybe pictures of my penis winning.
Wow. Or penis plumpers. I created that
I'd buy
product a
one of
long
those.
time ago. Penis
buy one of
plumper
those
sounds pretty
pictures.
good. When I was very young well, not really. I wasn't very young. I lived in New York. I remember going to the grocery store that was right by my apartment and asking the people that I knew around that neighborhood, if they knew what a penis plumper was because someone had told me to buy one, they were like, no, I've never heard of that. Isn't it like a pump? That was like literally the highlight of my life.
Don't those things like actually fuck your shit up? Those pumps?
I have no idea. I've never used
I'm
any
pretty
of
sure
that
it
for
does.
anything.
Pretty
Well,
sure
you can't just
there's a high
you can't
chance of
just
like popping a blood vessel or something.
yeah, you can't just pull your fucking body in extreme ways and expect that nothing is gonna break. That's crazy. That's
Yeah,
absolutely crazy.
if only it worked like that.
Yeah, oh, that'd be great.
So on the quarterly, this thing does look quite bearish. You have a quarterly silver cross to the downside. You have a heavy downtrend, but it does look to me like it is grinding out a local bottom here. And as long as it is going, as long as price is above this $2.90 area, I do think it is grinding out a low here. And if you switch to the 6 month, you can see it a lot easier there with this major bottoming candle. Anywhere from here to this wick low, I would consider an entry for a long, and your risk is about, from where we are now to this wick low, is about 14%. And your TP would be reconnect with minimum with this 5 EMA. So your first TP is right there. That is how much higher than where we are right now? It's about 30% higher than where we are right now. That's more than 2-to-1 risk to reward on your TP1. And then your next TP will be right around your 78.6%, which will line up with your 9 EMA eventually as it slowly comes down. And that is going to be roughly 63%. And that is like 4-to-1. Pretty good. This is one of the setups where identifying a bottom can make you a lot of money on the easy moves. Because if we connect with the 5 EMA is going to be a very easy move, and that alone is a move of 30%. Pretty significant. Right now, what goes along with that is 6 month momentum is flipping back up, getting back over the moving average while volatility contracts. The last time 6 month momentum freshly flipped back up over the moving average was right over here, and let's see what price did. It's right there. Price went up about 76% after that. That would be very in line with our move to the 78.6% of around $6.70. That's like a 60% move. Very in line with that move that we got at that point there. And 60% is well into the double digits. And you don't need leverage to make money off of a 60% move. That's like life-changing money right there with 60%. Quarterly also has momentum put into the upside, getting out of the bearish control zone while volatility contracts. While the candles look kind of bearish, the indicator is telling you the local bottom is very likely in. Right now, the jewel is giving you a buy signal in the bearish control zone. Everything is currently lining up for this being a bottom. This is the first time the jewel has ever even gone into the bearish control zone to give you, let alone giving you a buy signal. 2 week is also now freshly flipping back to the upside on momentum, getting now over the moving average. Ideally, we'd like to see it hold this median of $3.97, and then from there we can see a move back up to retest this 21 EMA. Right now, it is putting somewhat of an inverse head and shoulders, somewhat kind of bastardized, but it ideally should hold that 390 zone. You have a dual bullish cross on the monthly as well, with the pink crossing above the yellow in the bearish control zone. 2 week is now very close to flipping back up on momentum, getting very close to the moving average. Volatility is still in an expansion phase. We want to see it hold that same area of about $3.90 to about $3.76. That holds, and from there we should see a move back up. Weekly as well is getting back over the moving average, flipping up on momentum. Volatility is currently contracting. The jewel does have a bearish cross, but it's happening not quite as high as we'd like to see it. It's above the bearish control zone, but it's pretty low. It's not going to be that devastating of a cross. We do have a silver cross to the downside also. We want to see, to activate that move back up, we want to see a reclaim of this 5 EMA, which is about like $4.20. And to the downside, we want to maintain about 376 to 390. Five days also flipping back up on momentum. Volatility is currently contracting. Is there any divergences here? Let's see. Yes, there's bullish divergence, and it will confirm with any close over about $4.37. 2 days currently flipped down, close to flipping back up. Volatility is still expanding. Daily is also flipped up, getting out of the bearish control zone. Volatility is contracting. What we want to see is a close over this 38.2%, right around that $4.14 area. Then we can see another move up to attempt the 430s. Close over 430, and then that's where the fun starts, and we can break into $5. 4 hours wells, about to flip back up. Volatility is very close to going into a contraction phase. 4 hour is it? Yeah, 4 hours putting in bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $4.12. I forgot what the ticker was for a second, and then I thought my penis wins, and I remembered, hey, it actually comes in use for something.
One more time, I didn't understand.
I forgot what the stock it was, and then I remembered my penis wins. MPW.
Oh,
Very useful. I honestly, relating memory to jokes is one of the greatest ways to memorize something. That's normally what I do.
We are now getting the double extreme on volatility. That's pretty crazy. A 6-month double extreme was the first extreme 2012 to the second extreme in 2023. That's pretty crazy. That's what 11, 12 years apart from the first extreme to the second extreme. And we're still at that second extreme because we're still sitting at 100%. It can stay at 100% for a long time before it starts to contract. Right now, momentum is pointing to the downside, and it will be pointing down as long as you're closing below $5.44. But this 6 months just looks like a bottom to me. And I'm not saying reversal bottom. I'm just saying local bottom. Quarterly is now contracting on that volatility, and we had volatility expansion with a massive dump ski. So the mean reversion is going to be a move to the upside. Lines up with that bottom in this zone here. Volatility is very close to flipping. I mean, momentum is very close to flipping back up, and it will flip up if you can close over $4.03. Let's close here.
Oh, this is a medical real estate investment trust. This is why it's fucked.
I see. Because a lot of this clinic shit is going into telehealth.
Well, yeah.
Monthly volatility is now expanding with momentum to the downside. Oof. Freshly to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone. And it is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $5.66. 2 week is also flipped to the downside with a derp of death. And it is going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below $5.43. Weekly is currently also flipped to the downside, very close to flipping back up. You do have a silver cross to the downside, and a very, very powerful silver cross, where they're all bunched up together. And but you will flip up if you can close in about 2 days and 3 hours over $4.11, about 1 cent away from that number. 5 days also close to flipping up, but it is currently flipped down with the silver cross, and it will flip up with the close over 417. 2 days currently expanding on volatility for many periods of 0%, and it is currently freshly flipped to the downside, and it will remain down as long as you're closing below 426. Daily as well is now expanding from many periods of 0% volatility, sitting at about 40%, and you are freshly flipped to the downside as well, and you will remain to the downside as long as you're closing below 408. If this can start flipping back up, that's what's going to co-align with the idea on the higher term time frames of the local bottom being in. 4 hours also freshly flipped up, and its volatility is now sitting at extreme lows, and it will remain to the upside as long as you're closing over 406. So that 4 hour remaining to the upside likely will, because we're closing 4 minutes, will bleed into the daily flipping up, and then that will bleed into the higher time frames. I dropped my AirPod, and mark that current low as the local bottom, and reconnect with that 3-month 5 EMA. Go back up to the higher time frames. On the higher time frames, this thing, despite looking extremely big,
bearish, putting in a quarterly silver cross down, putting in a massive trend to the downside. It does look to me like it's putting in a local bottom, and gearing up for a pretty big bounce from this zone here. What's telling me that is both the 6-month momentum being at extreme zones, putting in a bottoming candle right here, and we are still holding these lows. On the quarterly, we've already started the volatility contraction, which we had expansion with the dump, so the mean reversion would be a move up, and we are now above the momentum pivot on the quarterly. Plus, the monthly volatility is now expanding, with a first-time rejection of the bullish control zone. But what likely happens with a rejection of the bullish control zone, and you're making a bottoming formations on this 3 months and the quarterly, is that you'll likely put in a higher low on that monthly with a higher low on price, with momentum and price. And the 2-week is now gone into a contraction phase once again, getting for a retest of our current closing lows. And then once we retest those lows, as long as we don't break those lows, very likely we're going to see somewhat of like a 30 to maybe even a 60% bounce in those off of those lows. Right now, the invalidation of getting that bounce is going to be either a tick below about, where's this number? $2.92, or a weekly close below $3.95. Either one of those two things happens, very likely this is going to continue to dump very heavily, probably towards zero at that point. But I don't think that's going to happen at this point. I think because we're at such extremes and all of the oscillators are pointing towards a bounce, I think we will bounce from here.
Wow, look at everyone in the real estate fucking ventures here. Wow, Manny Kashbin advised this company to buy at the top. Probably
so.
around here. Yeah, probably around here. He's like, buy my little course. Listen, I'm not gay. Trust me. My wife that looked like a plastic robot. It's real. It's real. She's really my wife. Buy my course. It's $14,000. It's only $14,000. You'll buy the top and then sell right here once you're broke. Okay. I made my money by stealing.
And you know for a fact, every single one of those photographer fags bought his course.
Oh, dude, I hope they all did. Because literally it was like $14,000. I hope they did. I hope they did, and they learned from the best. Is there anything else you boys want to say before you go back to your regular awesome life this Wednesday, and for Alex to find out that he's in the middle of the week and not the start of the week?
Nothing for me, boys. Nothing for me. I'll see you guys on the Discord. I'm always there. And yeah, just keep tuning in. Money is going to be made this month and next month for those that just pay attention. Because the market is truly an easy mode with volatility. It's just us. It's up to us really to find the setup. So
yeah, money will be made, personalities will be touched, lots of good things.
Lots of
personalities will be touched. All right, as long as it's not the genitals. The other thing is, boys, whenever you have a chance, check out the. Listen, that's illegal, okay? Unless the people want it.
It's true.
Check on your free time whenever you feel like, you know what, I'm bored of these regular charts that I look at all times. Look at DXY, look at the euro, look at the Japanese yen, look at the peso, and look at them in 6-month and a year time frames. Setups are brewing. Something big is about to go down. I don't know when, but it's going to go down. Those are big time frames. It's crazy. So
I think our academy short on euro is still playing out. I'll have to double check that, but I'm gonna look at Forex. I 100%.
There's news. Crypto bill clears hurdle in the house.
By the way, don't you love that bill that it says the Genius Act passes so that everyone can get stable coins? But don't worry, they're gonna ban those evil CBDCs,
and we're pumping off of it.
Well,
hey, that long was an awesome idea.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Well done, boys. Well fucking done. Everyone's taking money home today. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, boys.
Enjoy.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Hasta luego. Ok, estamos viendo esto. Esto, damas y caballeros, se llama MPW, que es Medical Properties Trust. Y es obviamente un juego de bienes raíces. Esto es una empresa muy probablemente que compró varios edificios médicos y están teniendo problemas y están acá. La última vez que habíamos visto este bajón fue en el 2009, donde fue a hacer creo que es un mínimo por nada más bajo que el otro. Déjame ver. Le piqué a mi mouse en algo y me está dando la peor. 2.76. 2.92. Por 15 centavos, un pedo así. Este es un bajo más alto que este. ¿Ok? Y a nadie más se le hace interesante que esto haya tocado fondo en marzo del 2009. Marzo del 2009 fue el fondo del mercado en Estados Unidos, para que lo sepan. Potente. Y esto, vamos a ver qué tan temporal es. Febrero del 2020 fue el primer pico y el segundo lo hizo en enero del 2022 junto con todo el mercado. Esto está siguiendo a todo el mercado, básicamente. El problema es para estos tíos ahora, y la cosa que nos tenemos que preguntar los que queremos ver si esto ya fue el fondo, porque tiene cara, empieza a ser ese patrón. Para la gente que tal vez no esté tan familiarizada con esto, ¿por qué decimos eso? Sencillo. Uno, tienes el mínimo más alto que ese. Por nada, pero lo es. Eso quiere decir que este bajo es más alto. Si pusiéramos una línea meme que lo fuera a representar, sería así, pero el pedo es que están tan al mismo precio que se ve algo así. Así que no vale la pena ponerla. Pero una vez que llegamos a tocar este fondo, venimos y estamos intentando llevarnos esta línea en los 641, regresamos acá, pero estamos siendo mínimos más altos, ¿ok? Esto es una estructura de formación de un fondo, aunque me gusta a mí ver mis fondos con hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido, pero eso llevaría esto a bajos históricos, y si hay bajos históricos, son literalmente bajos de toda la tabla, y esto probablemente se vaya a ir a cero. Por ahora estamos intentando regresar. Lo que estaba viendo Farhan y lo que nos dijo fue esto. Vean, la de 6 meses, por ejemplo. ¿Ok? La de 6 meses tenemos básicamente nuestro promedio el 21, 34 y 9 aquí. Estamos hasta acá abajo. Déjenme. Esta madre ya a la verga nunca va a guardar mi promedio del 5 y me da igual. Ok, vámonos a la chingada. Lo que está diciendo Farhan es que si ven esto, estábamos en extremos en el 2012 y hasta el 2023 volvimos a regresar extremos en esta tabla y ahora estamos acá. Lo que creemos y lo que piensa él es que estos extremos están por acabar, y sobre todo si te vas a la de un año, que estos extremos van a acabar y vamos a dar continuación entonces a lo que sigue, sugiriendo que podría haber un rebote, y sobre todo cuando lo estás viendo en la de 3 meses, en la trimestral, y está cayendo la volatilidad después de haber, estos extremos son literal, esta expansión de volatilidad nos llevó a esta caída, por lo que tienes que tener una reversa en esto. Ahora, el objetivo más sencillo son los 485, 490, 485, que es mi línea meme junto con el promedio del 9, eso es obvio, pero si queremos ser alcistas, queremos llevarnos los 655. 655. Aquí es honestamente más fácil, aunque los niveles, por más duros que se vean, por más chicos que se vean, los porcentajes te van a sorprender. Porque si ahorita invirtieras acá y pones tu stop loss en el último mínimo, sería un 40% de diferencia. Entonces, estás en medio del trade. No hay nada. Estás entre este rango y este rango, justamente acá. Esa es la trimestral. Vamos a la mensual para que también lo puedan ver. Mensual, venimos por acá, igualito, tenemos nuestro S&P 200 justamente acá, que es lo que esperaríamos poder regresar a, y la mensual está expandiendo una vez más. Vamos a ver hacia dónde esta expansión nos da algo, porque literalmente parece ser caída. Si nos está dando más caída en esta expansión mensual, pues a ver qué es lo que pasa, aunque de momento me parece que está empezando a apuntar para arriba en esta temporalidad. Ahora, déjenme ver el HPDR en la mensual para ver dónde estamos parados. Y también algo que a mí me llama la atención es que no estamos en extremos, aunque aquí sí llegamos a extremos bajos, y eso fue lo que nos sacó. Podría ser el final de esto, por supuesto, o podríamos regresar a donde está la media, que es justamente acá en los 397, más o menos donde está esta línea meme, crear un bajo más alto y continuar. Puedes bajar hasta este 38.2%, que está justamente en 357, y crear un bajo más alto que este, porque este es 351. Y esta tabla le gusta hacer eso. Lo vieron que después de 20 años volvió a ser un mínimo por 15 centavos más alto. 2 semanas. Putin, Trump, Trump, Putin, Putin, Trump. El 88.3% está aquí abajo. Eso me dice a mí que esta zona debería de aguantar en los 377 más o menos a los 360. De no aguantar esta zona va a ser crítico para el precio. Vámonos rápidamente a la semanal. En la semanal está en tendencia bajista, de cierta forma, pero también alcista. Está jugando el juego pendejo de esto. Ok, déjeme quito el HBDR. Lo tenemos, yo creo que bastante claro ya en este punto esta cosa. Está haciendo este triangulito, ¿no? Que va a poder jugar todo este tiempo. Tienes tu cruce plateada a la baja por acá. Eso quiere decir que el promedio del 9 sería bueno para shortear. ¿Eres alcista? Tío, compra y que te aguante esta línea meme. La línea meme es muy fácil de ponerle. Estás en la semanal, agarras el wick low, el bajo del 16 de enero del 2024, lo conectas con enero del 2025. Esto es un año. Jan. Wow. Le gusta hacer fondo en enero esta cosa. ¿Y cuándo es que pompea? Vamos a ver esto. Mayo, septiembre, marzo, ok. O mayo, que es por acá. Interesante. Y estas caídas son como temporales también. Bueno, también como lo de la gráfica de Tesla, lo pueden ver. No me sorprendería ver esto tocar aquí abajo, rebotar acá, rebotar acá, rebotar acá, rebotar acá y jugar este jueguito por un rato todavía. Porque que alguien me explique cuándo estas empresas van a regresar a ¿cómo se llama? A hacer dinero. No, yo mismo que me dedicaba a eso no entiendo cómo la gente está de, uy, qué buenos yields hay en edificios. Sí, qué chido, güey, pero ¿quién va a rentarte? Sobre todo cuando estamos destruyendo todos los negocios. Entonces, no estoy diciendo que esto vaya a crear un nuevo mínimo y destruir todo. Lo que estoy diciendo es que esto tal vez vaya a consolidar por un rato más de lo que creemos por acá, hasta ahí de marzo del 2016 o enero del 2026, perdón, y ya de ahí puedes tener tu movida para arriba. Vamos a ver qué tan bien o mal estamos, pero definitivamente eres alcista. Si tienes un cierre diario abajo de los 355, que es este mínimo, olvídalo, te sales. Y luego, si tienes un cierre semanal, o sea, abajo de esto va a destruir absolutamente todo, para que lo entiendas. Así es como lo deberíamos de ver todos esto. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Déjenme prendo mi cámara y regreso para que vean lo horrendo que estoy. Me metí a bañar en medio de todo esto, que en la primera hora hice toda mi rutina de ejercicio y me puse a sudar como zorra de pueblo en la iglesia. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, para que no se me pierda. ¿Saben qué? Me va a hacer un poco más grande, brother. Uf, eso se ve de la verga y me pueden ver perfecto. Vean esto, pelito de cebolla, papi, mami. Bueno. Ahí lo tienen, aquí estamos, continuamos simplemente monitoreando todo. Todo se ve muy alcista todavía, no tenemos nada que nos esté diciendo, güey, las cosas van a cambiar pronto o no. Creo que seguimos en la misma postura en la que estábamos antes. Estoy todavía esperando ese blow off top en general de todo el mercado, sobre todo en Bitcoin. Y de ahí, una vez más, si lo logramos antes de agosto, simplemente agosto no es un buen mes para Bitcoin. Si lo logramos antes de agosto y tenemos un rally súper alto, yo personalmente, sin voltear a ver nada, me volvería bajista en agosto. Pero, y de nuevo, si eso llega a darse y que agosto sea un mes bajista, esa es una corrección antes de otra subida y después lo que yo vería ya como el fin de esto. Por ahora, quiero que entiendan esto. La Reserva Federal, Jerome Powell y todas las pendejadas que les están contando ahorita que Trump va a despedir a Powell es para que todo el mundo, y todo el mundo lo está haciendo y es perfecto, siga la narrativa de que nadie va a tener fe en el dólar se va a ir a cero, nadie va a comprar nuestros bonos y los intereses van a subir. Además de esa narrativa tan estúpida, literalmente estúpida después de todo lo que han visto este año, de lo que les habían prometido y que no está pasando, lo que seguiría después de eso sería el rebote más fuerte del dólar que han visto en toda la historia. Pero antes de eso, lo que van a buscar y lo que están buscando y lo que han estado haciendo es jalando consumo para que la gente gaste. La gente que estaba de no voy a gastar, no voy a hacer nada, me voy a esperar, voy a ser responsable, que están esperando a que bajen los tipos, los están a todos metiendo en el mercado en este momento. Y si llegan, si esta narrativa es de verdad y no nada más es para pompear y despompear el mercado, y esta narrativa en verdad llega a jugar, lo que probablemente vaya a pasar, y esto lo pienso yo, es lo contrario a lo que todo el mundo piensa. Si estás sacando a Jerome Powell para bajar tipos, lo peor que le puedes hacer a la gente que se está esperando a que bajen los tipos es que la nueva persona que llegue diga, no vamos a bajar nada. Eso sería el último escenario de máximo dolor para todo el mundo que ha estado esperando para gastar su dinero y ser responsable, etcétera, y decir, ok, los intereses no van a bajar, solamente van a subir. Y ahí, eso es lo que están esperando, por cierto. No importa cómo lleguemos a eso, eso es lo que están intentando hacer. Porque al mismo tiempo las empresas grandes, a través del Genius Act, van a comprar absolutamente toda la deuda americana. Toda. Eso que te cuentan que el Banco Central y la Fed va a tener que comprar toda la deuda. No es cierto. No es cierto. Es tristemente mentira. Les mando un abrazo. Cuídense mucho. Voy a ver... hoy va a haber nadie me preguntó, por supuesto, vamos a ver si es edición deportes o si nos aventamos uno normal. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, pórtense muy bien. Oye, brother, pórtate bien. Oye, Susi, tráeme un cafecito, no sé si con esas galletitas que me encantan. Sí, a las que le pones esa lechita tan deliciosa de tus tetotas. Ándale, Lucy, no te hagas.